never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey pulled out of plans to attend the 13th annual Hispanic Heritage Month celebration in Union City, New Jersey on Sunday, just 2 days after he was indicted on federal corruption charges. The New Jersey Advance reported that Menendez hosts the celebration every year in his hometown of Union City. The Democratic senator's office did not immediately respond to inquiries seeking information on why Menendez bailed out of Sunday's plans. 6 people are dead, including 3 children, after a train crashed into a car crossing railroad tracks in Hillsborough County, Florida, on Saturday evening. A group in an SUV was on their way to a quinceañera at a home just across the railroad tracks when the train crashed into them at around 6:45 p.m. 4 males and 3 females were in the car, some of them children, according to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. A witness parked by the tracks honked their horn to try to get the group's attention and indicated that the train's engineer sounded his horn as well as he tried to slow down the train but was unable to avoid the crash. GOP lawmakers are working through the weekend in hopes of avoiding a government shutdown.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy told reporters yesterday he's optimistic that sort of a deal will be worked out ahead of the September 30th deadline. Congressman Dan Kildee of Michigan says McCarthy simply needs to compromise.
Why Speaker McCarthy can't just take a page out of recent history and realize that it takes compromise. It's going to take Democrats and Republicans to do the final deal. Let's just do it now.
I'm Corey Myers.
Monday's Powerball jackpot drawing will be worth an estimated $785 million, coming after no one claimed the prize following Saturday night's drawing when it was $725 million. If there's a winner Monday night, he or she will be able to choose between taking the full prize payout in installments over 29 years or taking a lump sum payment estimated at $367 million before taxes. This is USA News.
Can your IRA stand up to the next financial crisis that our top economists are saying is at our doorsteps? By allocating a percentage of your IRA into physical gold and silver with a tax-free rollover, you can diversify and safeguard your holdings from turbulent markets and economic downturns by putting your IRA back on the gold standard. Find out how to safeguard your assets with a tax-free rollover with a Genesis Gold IRA, the only IRA that can hold physical precious metals. Call now for your free gold and silver report. Protect your IRA today with one simple phone call and learn how to qualify for up to $10,000 in free silver. Call Genesis Gold Group, empowering faith-driven stewardship. 800-208-8642. 800-208-8642. 800-208-8642. That's 800-208-8642.
The transportation company that owns the bus involved in a fatal crash in New York last week while bringing high school students to a band camp was listed as an unacceptable operator by the state after failing several safety inspections since 2022. 2 teachers were killed and multiple students injured in that crash. The Biden administration has unveiled new proposals to remove medical bills from credit reports. White House officials this week said that medical debt has lowered people's credit scores, which affects their ability to buy a home, get a mortgage, or own a small business. If the rule is finalized, consumer credit companies would be barred from including medical debt and collection information on reports that creditors use to make underwriting decisions. Ophelia weakened into a post-tropical cyclone late Saturday night as the storm continues to move north. Maximum sustained winds have decreased to 25 miles per hour with higher gusts. Ophelia's remnants will move north-northeast, generally up the Interstate 95 corridor before exiting offshore sometime tonight or early tomorrow. There will be very little change in strength over the next day or so. In one of the most lopsided games in NFL history today, the Miami Dolphins pummeled the Denver Broncos 70-20 as the league's best offense went berserk in its home opener. The point total marked the franchise record and was the most points any NFL team had scored since Washington scored 72 against the New York Giants in 1966. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Kind of like choosing Derek Jeter as the pinch hitter for your baseball team.
Jeter, you're in. We need a home run.
I'll give it a try. I've swung a bat once or twice.
That's out of here.
Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty then, cue the microphone. As they say, lights, cameras, action, and we close out another weekend. So weekend's over. Hey, by the way, summer's over. It's officially fall. As we made that transition over the weekend. Change of the seasons, right? So welcome aboard. Hope you had a good weekend. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Here we are live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios in our secret bunker, Southwest Ohio. Beautiful night, just a few clouds, 62 degrees outside the secret bunker as we kick off a Monday. All right, what'd you tune into over the weekend? Baseball, regular season's coming down the home stretch here. Just a few games left. Who moves on to postseason play? Not quite done with NFL week number 3. We got a couple games coming our way. Monday Night Football. And we'll break down winners and losers in week number 3. Big weekend in college football. How in the world did Ohio State pull that rabbit out of the hat in those final seconds? You know, and there's right about 4 minutes left in the game. I thought for sure Notre Dame was going to be able to run out the clock, but I had several friends saying, there's too much time, there's too much time. Well, just barely. It's not over till the fat lady sings, right? Meanwhile, enjoying a beautiful transition to fall-like weekend in our part of the country. In other areas, it was a rough and tumble weekend. Ophelia coming ashore in the early morning hours Saturday, North Carolina. Forecasters had pretty much told us all week last week that this thing was going to bring a lot of rain, a lot of power outages. It was just shy of hurricane strength. Yeah, we had sustained winds that hit 70 miles per hour. Had this storm had maybe another hour out over the open waters, they say it would probably have made it to hurricane strength. So indeed, it was a strong tropical storm coming ashore with 70 mile per hour sustained winds. Landfall just before dawn Saturday morning near Emerald Isle, North Carolina. Ophelia's shield of rain and wind extended well to the north of that center of circulation. They had radar snapshots of Ophelia Saturday, illustrating the storm's far-reaching effects in the eastern USA. Yeah, the center of circulation over eastern North Carolina during that morning, but rain and gusty winds had already extended to places like Nantucket, Massachusetts. Wet weather continued expanding northward from there. A lot of rivers, creeks, bay waters experiencing rises, hitting moderate and in some cases major flood stage, especially in the early hours during the high tide cycle. Now, despite astronomical tides being at relative minimum, the tidewater regions of North Carolina, Virginia, Delaware, dealing with water levels well above typical high tides. In some cases, water rises over 3 feet above normal high tide levels is what we saw. So it was kind of a cold, steady rain dampening the weekend plans across a large swath of the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. And we're not quite done with Ophelia just yet, as it continues to track northward, expected to move offshore, that center of circulation, overnight tonight, Sunday night into Monday morning. But we have indeed seen a lot of rain, widespread 2 to 4 inch rainfall totals, moving up that I-95 corridor. D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York City. At this hour, Philadelphia is beginning to clear out. So we still have some additional rain to sweep through New York City. Still some decent rains from Scranton, PA, up to Binghamton, New York. Rains pushing through the Albany area. We'll see kind of a soggy night in the Boston area as well. But the bulk of the precip along the eastern seaboard, south of, say, Scranton, PA, or Philadelphia, it's pretty much cleared out. Things are beginning to dry out. Still a bit more rain through the early hours of Monday, but indeed, the gusty winds brought a lot of power outages, trees down, and northeastern coastal areas, even through the day on Sunday. Upon landfall Saturday morning, Ophelia produced a 73-mile-per-hour wind gust. Cape Lookout, North Carolina, power knocked out to more than 80,000 customers there. All right, so Ophelia continued to kind of lose wind intensity through the day Sunday and into early this week. It doesn't mean the impacts are going to quickly diminish. We're still talking a steady soaking rain through the overnight hours in those areas I just mentioned. Things begin to improve throughout the day on Monday across the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. There's going to be, of course, cleanup efforts going on in some of the hardest hit areas in the following days and in some cases weeks. Things should be dried out by Tuesday and Wednesday of this week in those hardest hit communities. Now, Mother Nature may not cooperate completely, as those gusty northeast winds will continue to lead to rough surf and high water issues at times of high tide. Of course, temperatures going to fall below the historical average in many places, going to cool down in the eastern seaboard for the coming week. All right, so hope you had a good weekend. Who we got on board out of the box on a Monday? Hello to Sergeant MacGyver. Check it in from, is that Nakusa, Wisconsin? Cloudy, 62 degrees. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive fans, friends, and family. Safe travels to all those who keep America rolling. Philly Dan, it's that time again. Sure enough, hope everybody had a great weekend. Stay safe out there, but let's roll. Here we go. Copy the mail, 5-7. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Raining along the New York-New Jersey state line. Headed to Hartford, Connecticut. I'm going to head over to the app and listen in. Hello, Marianne. Morning, Steve. Overnight family. Hey, Steve, did you see the Ohio State football game Saturday? Yes. Yes, indeed. We were tuned into that. And like I said, unbelievable how they pulled that rabbit out of the hat in the end there. Hello to John. Steve, we've been waiting on you, man. Godspeed to you and your followers. God save the United States of America, please. Good to have you with us there, John. Dipsy Driver, kicking off the week here. Hello, Steve, the best informed ladies and gentlemen. Cloudy 62 here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan tonight. I was listening to one of my favorite music stations called the Tragically Hip Radio, and I believe Friday, an ad came on saying this commercial day is brought to you by T-Mobile. It kind of sounds like a politician saying this tax-free day is brought to you by the taxpayers. Anyway, everybody enjoy the best 5 hours of radio brought to you by Steve Summers, Hot Shot Secret, and Gold Eagle. Everybody listen and be safe and have a great week. All right, Captain Ron checks in, 74 degrees, riding north through Ocala, Florida at this hour. No headset, and I can't hear Bluetooth in the truck. Anyway, happy greatest day of the week. What would we rather be doing than going back to work, right? I could think of a few things, but hello, Captain Ron. So I guess that means you can't check in. No headset this morning. All right, there's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 64 degrees. Feels like rain at the Weiss compound here in southwest Missouri. I'm at the house hanging out with a hot blonde wife. So we all know what that means. That's right, my powerful chrome-plated cow truck has the night off. Live action continues soon enough, though. Anxiously awaiting the news from Dove Valley that the Denver Broncos have fired their hapless defensive coordinator, Vance Joseph. He was fired as head coach in the past for being a loser. That was the old owners. Now we have Walmart ownership. I guess if all else fails and he's not fired, I could just return my deodorant I bought and get my money back from our Carthage Walmart. Carolina Monkey Gouger is said to be protesting the show, so tonight's shout-out is to the ever mysterious moose from the edge of the Ozarks. There's Rockpick checking in on the phone. Cloudy, 59 degrees, Rochester, New York. Happy Monday. Stay safe and enjoy. And it is a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, as we get the new week started here, it's 844-844-3388. I guess a little extra unanticipated excitement for Kyle as they were packing up, trying to head back to the home 20 in Mount Gilead. To which Kyle said, very grateful to have friends in places out on the road. They were at what they call War in the Woods over the weekend. It was like a big no prep event. Leaving War in the Woods today, Sunday, and the Hot Shot Secret trailer decided it no longer needed its second axle and sheared the U-bolts. But one phone call to Jeremy Wagler, and within minutes we have Justin Wagler arriving to save our ass in the middle of a Sunday afternoon. This man wood-blocked and ratchet-strapped the axle, so we were able to limp it back to his shop and drop it there to be fixed for when we return later this week for the Outlaw Diesel Super Series finale at Wagler Motorsports Park. Just can't thank you guys enough. True class act. I owe you guys. So, well, I guess that was good to be in proximity, to be right there on location for later this week. All right. Who else checking in? Let's flip the page back here. There's James. Did you see the ABC Washington Post poll that had the puppet Biden trailing Trump by 10 points? Yeah, Drudge actually had that as his big headline. Shocker, shocker. Trump leading by 10 points. And this is the left-leaning ABC News Washington Post. I mean, they are flabbergasted. How could this be happening? Yeah, we do have a bit more on that. We'll share that with you coming up there. Hello, Pappy. 66 degrees on the southwestern side of Hamilton County, Ohio. Just a tad bit late, but here we go. Let's get this week started. All you nocturnal listeners, hammer down and be safe. Are you with me? All right, I did get to speak to Big Ed over the weekend as well. I dialed him up about an hour before that UC-Oklahoma game, and we were chatting about it. I had a sneaky suspicion Oklahoma I thought it would be more of a blowout, but Ed pretty much called it. He said, if Oklahoma wins, it probably won't be by more than like 14 points. And sure enough, that is exactly what they beat UC by, a 14-point victory for those Sooners. Boomer Sooner. All right. Hello, Kentucky Ken. Good morning. Overnight Drive crew. Steve Summers just getting loaded up and running from Grand Prairie to Phoenix. Catch y'all soon. Kentucky Ken is listening in. And there's Jeffrey just chicked in. Good morning, Steve, from New York City. Ready for an exciting show. Hello, Deborah. Good morning, Steve. A nice cool 59 here in Indiana. We're headed to 82 today. Not bad. Hoping everybody stays safe out there today, especially my special driver. Also hope everyone had a great weekend and have a magnificent Monday. Well, here it is. Magnificent Monday. Greatest day of the week. Knucklebuster out of the box here on a Monday.
Oh, morning, Mr. Steve Summers. It's a fantastic day. I can tell you that. My first great-grandson was born over the weekend. And what really made it special was he was born on my mama's birthday.
Wow. So, how about that?
Yeah. Can't beat nothing better than that. I guess that makes me a great pawpaw or an old fart, whichever one you want to classify it as.
Take your pick, yeah. But first, great-grandson, huh?
Yeah, absolutely there. Well, I got some sad news over the weekend, too. The Oak Ridge boys are going to have an American-made farewell tour after 50 years. 2024 will be their last, and they're getting on up. Joe Bonzo's the only one in his mid-70s. Dwayne Allen, William Lee Golden, and Richard Sturban are all up in their mid-80s, but it's lower to mid-80s, so them boys about ready to call it a day, right?
Well, yeah, no doubt, yeah.
Yeah, so, well, Tom Brady's ex-wife, she admit the divorce was not what she dreamed of there. Said you just have to accept things. That's the way it is there, right? Well, that Deion Sanders, I seen he lost big time. But anyway, he found a mouse in his office there, and that really upset him over the weekend there, right? I want to congratulate Ohio State for pulling it out of the hat. And then I'm going to congratulate Rambler and Alabama for beating Ole Miss there. Ole Miss looked sad out there, Steve. Real sad. So, I read a story about a Texas high school football game sees an incredible catch, a 1 in a million point after attempt kick. they had scored a touchdown, and when they done the point after, Steve, they didn't have a net in behind the field goal there. So he kicked it through the uprights, and it sailed on out into the street. But there was a car passing by with the passenger window open, and it went right in the passenger window, and the passenger caught it. What a catch.
Really?
Yeah, that was wild, man. So that was the most interesting high school football thing I had seen there. Well, you remember that farting dog story we talked about last week?
I do.
Well, that New Zealand couple, angered by that farting dog on a 13-hour flight, received $1,400 for their troubles. See, they tried to get them. Yeah, they tried to get them with a 73 gift card voucher, and they said that won't do it. And then they tried to give them $200 per person, and then they finally just refunded the whole thing. And what they're going to do with the $1,400, Steve, is the couple say they are planning to donate the money to an organization that helps match vision impaired people with service dogs. So
that's a good thing. Well, all right, we got to pause there.
USA News Update. The major film and television studios delivered their best and final offer to the striking writers, adding to significant hope that the negotiations to end the months-long strike will conclude with an agreement this weekend. Negotiators with the Writers Guild of America were expected to review the offer and deliver their response. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy and other top Garden State Democrats are calling on Senator Bob Menendez to resign, a sign of how quickly the senator's political support may erode after his shocking indictment on federal bribery charges. And Ophelia, now a post-tropical cyclone, is moving up the East Coast, bringing heavy rainfall and threats of flash flooding and dangerous surf from North Carolina to New Jersey. New York City issued a travel advisory warning of a long-duration rainfall event. Skip Kelly, USA News.
Welcome to the Continental.
From the world of John Wick comes a Peacock original 3-part event that takes us back to 1970s New York. The Continental.
This institution wields power beyond your imagination.
Let's take this house and everything that comes with it.
The Continental, from the world of John Wick. Streaming now.
And away we go.
Only on Peacock.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, looks like the Ice Cream Man has joined us. Checking in from near Flagstaff tonight. Welcome aboard, Ice Cream Man. There's Dave McIntosh. Good morning, Overnight family. God bless. Stay safe. And have a good week. And indeed, hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, big weekend college football. I mentioned, Oklahoma took care of business. In Cincinnati, yes, it was a packed house. Final score was 20-6. Yeah, UC pretty much struggled throughout the day. Michigan, number 2 ranked Michigan, took care of Rutgers, 31-7 the final there. Florida State over Clemson, 31-24. Let's see, Miami of Florida took care of Temple, 41-7 there. Oregon over, that was, I don't know, was that an upset? Yeah, it's Oregon over Colorado. That's, Deion Sanders pretty much came out and admitted, we played like crap this past day. That's what he said on Sunday, 42-6. Was the final score. And yes, Colorado struggled on both sides of the ball, just couldn't really get anything going. So, I don't know, is the hype over now? Yeah, for Colorado, we shall see, all right? Kansas over BYU, 38-27. Most was business as usual. Alabama over Ole Miss, 24-10 was the final there. Tennessee bounces back, taking care of UTSA, 45-14 was the final in that game. LSU over Arkansas, that was a close one, 34-31. The final score. Hook'em Horns over Baylor, 38-6. And yeah, the stunning last minute, literally last seconds, comeback for Ohio State over Notre Dame, 17-14. Ultimately, the final score. I mean, it came down to where Notre Dame was up 14-10. Yeah, a field goal would not get it done for Ohio State. They had to get it in the end zone, and literally with just seconds left in the game. What a miracle. So Ohio State over Notre Dame, 17-14, the final there. Number 1 ranked Georgia, easily over UAB, 49-21. some of the games in college football over the weekend. It's a Knucklebuster always says, may the best team win. And I guess Alabama took care of Ole Miss. You're right.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll say congratulations to Alabama and Rambler again there. Well, I got some important news to lay on you. I'm on I-40 West in Arkansas, 243-mile marker. The Arkansas State Troopers have got a big truck stopped in the left-hand lane. But he's facing the wrong direction, Steve.
Uh-oh. Wow.
Yeah, I know that's right. So, anyway, they got him stopped. Just get over in the right-hand lane. You'll go on by real easy there. So, did I hear you correctly that somebody's protesting the show?
Well, that was the word from Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler.
Oh, man, that ain't no good. Don't protest the show. Just come on up here and lay your opinions out. And then be a man about it. Put out what you feel on your heart. And don't worry about the rest of it there. Hey, it'll all work itself out. God's still in charge. Ain't nobody else in charge there. I wouldn't worry about Biden anyway there. And if he's mad at me, well, Monkey Gouger, I apologize. I'll apologize again. So have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers. That's all of my baloney for this go around. I'll call in a little later on there. I got some real interesting things to send to you.
All right. Well, that's good here on a Monday. Thank you very much, Knucklebuster. All right, so the word officially came down there right about the noon hour in regards to the UAW strike. Here's what we have. It was a rather significant expansion of the strike to 38 more facilities owned by General Motors and Stellantis. These facilities over 20 different states around the country being affected. What's interesting is, according to UAW President Shawn Fain, the escalation will spare Ford. He praised Ford in a Facebook live stream Friday for showing that they are serious about reaching a deal. Now, of course, the union currently on strike at just one Ford factory there in Michigan. Yeah, we all know it started the 14th, first time the UAW staged walkouts at all of the big three in this new stand-up strike strategy. The union announces the locations of walkout just hours before they begin. Now, Ford said the expansion of the strike is a response to the lack of progress with both General Motors and Stellantis. We will shut down parts distribution until those two companies come to their senses, he said. Now, he did say Ford has agreed to reinstate cost of living adjustments in their worker contracts, which was one of the key demands from the union that's seen their membership's pay eroded by Bidenflation. The strategy allows some plants to keep operating while targeting others for shutdown, which, as we know from the get-go, was designed to give the union more flexibility to expand or limit the strike depending on negotiations, which could also allow the strike to last longer than expected because it creates less of a demand on the strike funds. All right, by expanding the strike against GM and Stellantis, the union may be hoping to gain some leverage in the negotiations. If Ford is able to keep up production longer than its rivals, that could allow them to capture market share if the strike were to stretch on for long enough and create supply shortages. GM and Stellantis could find themselves with dealers undersupplied with cars, while Ford's dealers could still have plenty of new cars on their lots. All right, a little more on the UAW strike. After the escalation was announced on Friday, the UAW still has plenty of leverage in their effort to force the companies to agree to significant increases in pay and benefits. But this new strategy also carries potentially significant risks for the union. By expanding the strike from 3 large auto assembly plants to all of the parts distribution centers for GM, the UAW risks maybe angering people who might be unable to have their vehicles repaired at service centers because those locations are going to be running out of spare parts. Now, the union thinking appears to be that by striking both vehicle production and parts facilities, this is going to force them to negotiate a relatively quick end, the strike which is now in its 2nd week. But to do so, some analysts say the union might have to act even more aggressively. We believe the next step for the UAW is the more nuclear option, going for a much more widespread strike on the core plants in and around Detroit. That would be a torpedo, according to the one analyst. Now, an analyst with the consulting firm Guidehouse Insights suggested with so many workers and factories still running, the union has a number of options which to squeeze the companies harder. As they did, adding more assembly plants to the list. They could target more of the plants that are building some of the more profitable vehicles. But as we know, the strategy was the parts. So the plot kind of thickens, but a new week is underway. Where will things go in the coming week? All right, it's 844-844-3388. In the world of racing, I know that the NHRA, they're the fastest, right? The fastest of the fast. But this is kind of a new record. Top fuel racer Mike Salinas made history over the weekend, Saturday evening, at the NHRA Carolina Nationals at ZMAX Dragway in Charlotte, North Carolina, becoming the first driver of a wheel-driven vehicle to clock 300 miles per hour in 660 feet. In the process, he collected $30,000 from the folks at Phillips Connect as part of the Phillips Connect 300 at the 1/8 program that was launched last summer. Salinas and his Rob Flynn-tuned Valley Services dragster went 300.80 miles per hour in 2.936 seconds to the 660-foot mark, sailing through the 1,000-foot finish line blocks at 3.647 seconds at a whopping 338 miles per hour. And the numbers are off the charts. He said, "This is surreal. Racers, we all dream about this. We're inching up on things. This wasn't something we just stumbled upon. The run itself from half track on, it was moving pretty good. I'm new to this stuff. I'm learning. I'm not a veteran. But to be able to do this and be the first is absolutely amazing." Crew Chief Rob Flynn said it is absolutely incredible. Hats off to the whole team. We have been kind of struggling, but we're not giving up. Mike says, don't give up. Hit it as hard as you can. We fired everything we could think of on that run. Thank goodness it stuck. Now, this winter, we decided we wanted to shoot for this, to be the first one, which that is really special. No one will ever be first again, right? It was really incredible being on the starting line, everybody congratulating. All right, that's big. Fast. What kind of G's you think he was pulling? All right, it's 844-844-3388. Back to your calls in 2 here on a Monday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, on a back to work. Yeah, back to work. Back to the old grind on a Monday. Get the new week started. And it looks like for those going to be traveling out west, we saw an unusually dry weather grip in the Pacific Northwest since the official start of summer back in late June. But finally, a big change in the weather pattern will arrive right on cue as we enter the first days of fall. Parts of the Northwest already beginning to feel a turn towards stormier weather. About the middle of last week, as a storm system dropped southward, showers, higher elevation snow, you'll recall. Storms early this week will bring some appreciable precipitation to a larger swath of the region. Yeah, we may see some of the wettest day of the year so far. For one city in particular, a powerful area of low pressure is going to dive south out of the Gulf of Alaska, bringing some much-needed rain to the Pacific Northwest into early this week. Seattle's wettest day so far this year was back in May the 5th, when 0.7 of an inch of rain was recorded. Now, the Emerald City could pick up this amount of rain or more today, Monday alone, as a moisture-laden storm charges in from the Pacific. Since record-keeping began at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, 1945, there's never been a year without a daily rain amount of an inch or more. According to the National Weather Service, since the first day of summer, June 21, Seattle's picked up just a mere 1.06 inches of rain. I mean, like 36% of the historical average. Further south, Portland has seen even less wet weather. Only 0.6 of an inch of rain since the official start of summer. Now, today's storm may be followed by yet another push of moisture onshore around the middle part of this week. So there's the potential for at least a couple of inches of rain, if not more, as storm systems return during the first half of this week. Higher amounts of rain likely to fall along the coastal areas and just inland, lesser amounts east of the Cascades. Some of this rain may reach as far south as maybe Northern California, so it sounds like, yes, some much-needed rainfall for that part of the country. Hello, Buster. What's going on a Monday?
Well, Steve, today's my birthday, and going to go to work. This is going to be my last time I'll be working on my birthday, I figured, because next year I won't be on vacation with another driver to go up to Maine. So the year after that, I should be working on the yard, putting gas and propane in those feeders and package cars. So it's going to be kind of fun to do it one more time, work on your birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Buster.
At the old days at UPS, they would give you a day off with pay. That was before my time, but that was one thing they used to do for the drivers.
Yeah.
I understand.
Huh.
That was kind of neat. Steve, now, weather looks good for Talladega, so if Eagle wants to go, just make sure he has my number. Just give me a call or a text. I don't do Facebook, but we have a ticket waiting on that for that brother if he wants to go racing, and just let me know, Eagle, and we got you covered on that one. I tell you, Steve, if things don't get any better in this country, it looks like it's very intentional that the open borders thing, that they're just going to ramrod all these illegals in and expect them to stay. It's asinine for our grandkids. The aftermath of these, of the cause and effect, is going to be really terrifying when some of our loved ones are affected by someone who shouldn't be here, and they do bad driving or murders or robberies. But the effects is going to be beyond, be after we've gone. But it's really is sad how they want to manipulate the American system of our country. So, well, that's about all I got for you, Steve. Have a great week. I'll call you on Wednesday morning and Thursday morning. I'm going to be off Thursday, so I'll give you a shout out on Thursday to see if Eagles might be listening. So,
all right. Well, sorry you got to work on your birthday, but happy birthday, Buster. Enjoy your day, and be safe out there.
God bless.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Looking as who was it mentioned the ABC Washington Post poll? Yeah, which the big headline from Drudge. Biden poll disaster. Trump leads 52 to 42%. And a lot of that has to do with the people seeing what's going on. Yeah, the open border thing is no longer all about just people along the southern border. Yeah, every sanctuary city has become a border city, and the people in those cities are not happy with this. Yeah, that's being reflected in the numbers. Of course, the other big factor is the economy. The sheer number of people who feel like they are worse off financially under Biden than they were under Trump. The numbers don't lie. I've got the full breakdown on that. But yeah, coming from the likes of ABC Washington Post, yeah, they're flabbergasted. They cannot believe these numbers. I mean, look at here was the latest from the southern border, which is no sign of this surge slowing anytime soon. Nearly 9,000 migrants were arrested Wednesday alone last week after crossing the U.S.-Mexico border. And many more are still coming. According to the New York Times, the U.S. Border Patrol in August arrested at least 91,000 migrants who entered the U.S. across the southern border in family groups. That was a record high. Previous one-month record, 84,486, May of 2019. Total border apprehensions actually dipped in May and June. Yeah, remember when they rolled out that new administration process, the app, which was making it easier for them to actually have an appointment set, which made it appear like, well, they're not entering illegally. Since then, the numbers have skyrocketed. An estimated 177,000 in August, up from 132,652 in July, and it was 99,000 in the month of June. And the surge is creating a humanitarian crisis, as we know. In New York City, where Mayor Adams Friday limited shelter days to 30 days for single adult migrants due to the influx of asylum seekers. We've got a state of emergency, Eagle Pass, that was declared late last week. Let's get a news update here on a Monday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. Representative Andy Kim, Democrat from New Jersey, announced Saturday he would challenge Senator Bob Menendez, also a Democrat from New Jersey, in the state's Democratic primary ahead of the 2024 election. Kim is among the growing number of Democrats calling for Menendez to resign following a federal indictment for alleged corruption. Menendez was charged Friday with allegedly agreeing to use his official position to benefit New Jersey businessmen and Egypt's government in exchange for hundreds of thousands of dollars of bribes. The indictment also charges Menendez's wife Nadine and the three businessmen in the years-long bribery scheme. Mexico has reached an agreement with the United States to help curb the number of migrants crossing the border.
A record-breaking 233,000 people crossed the border illegally in August. Jeff Van Drew, a Republican from New Jersey and member of the House Judiciary Committee, told Fox News there's only one reason Democrats would do this.
They want to flood these people in here. They eventually want to give these people the right to vote, and they eventually want to increase the Electoral College in their favor.
Corey Myers reporting. Ophelia weakened into a post-tropical cyclone late Saturday night as the storm continues to move north. Maximum sustained winds have decreased to near 35 miles per hour with higher gusts. Ophelia's remnants will move north-northeast, generally up the I-95 corridor, before exiting offshore Sunday night. Little change in strength is forecast during the next day or so. This morning at approximately 10:52 Eastern Daylight Time, a container with surface samples from the near-Earth asteroid Bennu successfully successfully landed on Earth. The container, which was from a spacecraft, OSIRIS-REx, the first U.S. mission to bring back samples from an asteroid to Earth. Through the Bennu asteroid sample, scientists hope to learn more about the origins of our solar system and our planet, as well as how life on Earth might have formed. This is USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Consult your healthcare provider before use. Introducing Vinia, a breakthrough superfood with a full matrix of polyphenols from the red grape. Enjoy the health benefits of a bottle of red wine, minus alcohol, sugar, and calories. In a clinical trial, Vinia significantly increased the dilation of arteries. This dilation increases your blood flow and the delivery of oxygen and nutrients to your brain, hearts, and other tissues, supporting heart health and improving your physical energy and mental alertness. Use code RADIO to get 10% off your first order at ordervinia.com. That's ordervinia.com. Ordervinia.com. Vinia, better blood flow, better life.
A house in New Jersey exploded Friday night, sending 5 people to the hospital. The house in West Milford suffered heavy damage. This neighbor tells Pix 11 News about the destruction.
There's nothing left. I mean, it's completely level right to the foundation. Parts of it laying all over the road, glass, debris, like 2 blocks down on top of one guy's house.
The cause of the explosion is under investigation. No word on the condition of the people who went to the hospital. California's ban on magazines that hold more than 10 rounds of ammunition has been ruled unconstitutional by a federal judge who says it violates the Second Amendment rights of firearms owners. The judge ruled that the state's ban went too far by preventing people from using magazines for lawful purposes such as self-defense. California's Attorney General plans to seek a stay while appealing the decision to the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals. Encounters with illegal immigrants at the southwest border are up 27% from July to August, and that's according to the latest numbers from Customs and Border Protection. The increase was driven mostly by apprehensions. Officials largely attribute the rising numbers to smuggling networks. And United Auto Workers are now striking from California to Pennsylvania.
UAW President Shawn Fain urged workers in 20 states to join picket lines, focusing on GM and Stellantis parts suppliers. Fain clarified that the union will not call for additional strikes at Ford, as that company has demonstrated a genuine commitment to reaching a deal. I'm John Schaefer.
And I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, just like that, back at it, round number 2. Here we go. As we work our way into a Monday, turn the page on the calendar. I mean, we're talking 25th of September. I cannot believe October knocking on the door. Summer's over. It's officially fall. You know what's coming our way. All right, hello to Buckeye Boy, Mobile, Alabama. 76 degrees. That Buckeyes game over the weekend was one of the best games I've seen in a while. Although it should not have been that close. OSU should have had 2 more touchdowns. Nonetheless, Braves win their 100th game, and they are 1 home run shy of hitting 300 for the year. Yeah, I saw your, what's his name, Acuna, right? My grandson, Rowan's favorite player with the Braves. Reached a milestone. He's not only in the 40-40 club, 40 home runs, 40 stolen bases. He's got 40 home runs and 60 stolen bases on the year. How about that? Anyway, back to Buckeye Boy. My brother, Rob Alford, is now a grandpa. His first. It's a little boy, 8 pounds, 3 ounces. His daughter and the baby are doing fine. So have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Hey, congratulations. All right. A couple of overnight drive family grandbabies and great-grandbabies born over the weekend. All right. They did chime in. Buckeye Boys said, talking about the southern border, you can add another 15% of those coming across the border is what they call the getaways. Yeah, not to mention what we are seeing, a vast increase coming across the northern border, which we rarely hear about. But again, congratulations to your brother becoming a grandpa there. It is 844-844-3388. Under the industry headlines, there was one electronic logging device that has been reinstated 1 week after being added to the revoked list. And we had shared that with you. The FMCSA announcing on Friday they have added the KSK ELD back to the list of registered electronic logging devices. That's the one they had placed on the revoked list on the 15th of September. In a statement, the FMCSA said KSK ELD went to the revoked list because the device failed to meet the minimum requirements established, blah, 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 that required an electronic logging device without a printer to be designed so the display may be reasonably viewed by an authorized safety official without the official entering the commercial motor vehicle. At this point, they did not offer an explanation as to why KSK ELD status changed, but we do know devices can be added back to the approved list if the provider corrects all the identified deficiencies. So I would presume that's exactly what happened. Of course, earlier this year, July 25th, they added Golden ELD to the revoked list for the same violation, and it was actually reinstated the following day. KSK ELD was one of a number of ELDs, along with All Truckers ELD, Falcon, Prim ELD, Secure ELD, all recently removed from the approved list by the FMCSA, and all removed for the same violation, a violation the agency has been strictly enforcing this year, apparently. Yeah, others removed this year for the same violation: Nationwide ELD, TMS 1's ELD 1, OnePlus ELD, and Always Track ELD. Right now, there are 161 ELDs on that revoked list. That's amazing. Since the ELD mandate took effect, the FMCSA has allowed these companies to self-certify, as we know. There are right now 846 devices listed on the registered ELDs list. Of course, the FMCSA does not endorse any of them specifically, but why is it taking so long for them to go through and certify, go through the processing, get all these unregistered devices, get them off the list. But I digress. 12 past the hour on a Monday morning, 5/7, kicking off a new week. Happy Monday, greatest day of the week.
And that's from Captain Ron for sure, but he's a Marine, so what do you expect? What does Poland know? Why have they washed their hands of Ukraine? It's I heard on the news it's about Ukraine flooding the grain market, whatever. We know that they beefed up their military. They're ready for war, but they're wanting to stay away out of war. I think they can see that Biden's pushing for war. So you got Poland washing their hands of Ukraine. They're not going to send them any more military equipment. And then you got McCarthy fighting for his job up there, and his Rhino side is coming out, and he's wanting to fund billions more to go to Ukraine on the omnibus bill coming up, which and got Matt Gaetz, got Marjorie Taylor Greene, you got them all trying to hold up on that. So it's coming to the head somewhere along here, and we'll see what happens. That Democrat that the DOJ is going after.
Yeah, Menendez.
Okay, Real American News. I was listening to them, and I'm coming off this bridge in Savannah, so I have to use the engine brake. I'm sorry. There ain't nothing downtown Savannah I want to see, that quick. Going after him. Number one, looked like the DOJ's even-handed, but the truth of the matter is, I guess Menendez has voted against the Democrats, and it might be the funding of Ukraine. So they need to get him out of the way to strengthen their hand. But it's not an up and up deal. If it wasn't for that vote, he probably wouldn't even be hearing about it. But it's interesting. It's going on. I love it. I was listening to a civil rights lawyer. In the beginning when all this was happening, they were saying, Republicans don't want this because it's called the Browning of America. It's the Browning of America, and it's a racist thing. It's all racist. Well, guess what? What is it now? Because you've got a black civil rights lawyer, and I believe I listened to the speech. I believe it was in New York City. I mean, they're seeing these people brought in. They're giving money. They're giving phones. They're giving all this stuff. They're getting more than we've given our own population, and it's just it's making it rough for the people that have already been here that need help. Lord, I watched the thing on TV about we need to feed the people, and it showed Americans on there, and I'm thinking, wow, look at all the money somebody's feeding these guys as they come across the border, and it's got to be the U.S. taxpayer. Biden wanting to kick up in the food stamps. Well, no wonder, but it's coming to a head. I mean, it really is. Come election time, it's not going to be hard. This will be a hard one to lose if you're a Republican. I mean, face it, put it out there and let it. It's there. It ain't a lie. They can fact check it all they like, and it's going to come out the truth. So they leave that there. And as for the big egos on this program, it's bumping up ahead. If you don't do it my way, I'm going to take my ball and go home. Hey, listen. There's only one personality on this show. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive with Hot Shot Secret and Golden Eagle products that keep us going. And when I log in, my notification what I'm doing, I just come down 13 miles of straight highway, narrow road, tiny narrow road, that if I lose control, go off to the left, I'm going to hit a pile of trees that are standing there all the way down. If I go off to the right, I'm going to end up smashed up in a swamp, and probably that is totally full of alligators. It's common to see alligator carcasses down there. I've run one over myself. So, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive is there for the drivers, for Knuckles, the Atomic Heat Wave, Renegade, who never calls in. This is a product that you put out is for everybody, and it's a teamwork. It's family. It's not about us. It's not our big egos. It's about keeping this show going for everybody. Eskimo Mom. If I forget your name, Brain Dead. If I forget your name, forgive me, guys. But everybody calls in. The Big Old Eagle. It's just an amazing show, and it keeps us informed. Ideas coming up. I work for a small company. I don't know any of this stuff. In industry change. Of course, I don't run a logbook. I'm agriculture, but never know how one day, boom, all of a sudden there's bolting one of them things in here. But because of this show, I'm pretty well up on trucking, and I appreciate it. But guys, you want to take your ball, go home, there'll be plenty of callers call in behind you. And you know what? They're just as interesting. They've had careers just as interesting, and they have new stories to tell. So come on back, jump in there and throw out something fine. But hey, this is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. I'm going to sit back and copy the mail. I'm down here in Savannah and see if I get this first load pulled off this morning.
All right, 10-4. Yeah, sometimes I wish I knew a little more of what's going on, because I'm in the dark on a lot of stuff. Now, he did mention Poland. It's about the grain deal. Now, Poland announced last week, if you'd kind of missed it, that they're no longer going to be supplying more weapons to Ukraine. That, I guess the ante was upped a little bit over the weekend when Poland's prime minister told Vladimir Zelensky, never insult Poles again. After Zelensky apparently suggested his neighbor was putting on a show over their disputes on grain exports. The Polish leader fired back at Zelensky after the Ukrainian leader offered kind of a veiled criticism of Poland at the United Nations General Assembly last week, saying this dispute is, quote, political theater, and that some of our friends in Europe have made a thriller from the grain. Well, Friday, at a rally in Poland, the prime minister there hit back. He said, quote, I want to tell President Zelensky never to insult Poles again, as he did recently during his UN speech. The Polish people will never allow this to happen, and defending the good name of Poland is not only my duty and honor, but also the most important task for the Polish government. So that really risks just kind of deepening the division between the two countries. I mean, we're talking two that have been really close allies against the Russian invasion. Tension between the two have been rising in recent weeks over a ban on Ukrainian grain, initially put in place earlier this year by several European Union nations to protect the livelihoods of local farmers, worried about being undercut by the low price of Ukrainian grain. The EU announced plans to suspend the ban last week, but Poland, alongside Hungary and Slovakia, said they're going to stick with it, which sparked protest from Ukraine, which filed lawsuits against the three countries, and subsequently that led to Zelensky's comments at the United Nations. So, tension, pressure, but I'm not sure how much as far as supplying Ukraine's military that Poland has actually been supplying, but they did say we will no longer transfer weapons to Ukraine because we are now arming Poland. So rather blunt. All right, it's 844-844-3388 on a Monday. Back into
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what else on a Monday? The gas station chain Sheetz has been getting some free publicity. But they've opened a new store in the state of Ohio, Mahoning County. And they are featuring some trucker-friendly amenities. Let's see. Sheetz says they'll open a new store, in North Jackson, Ohio. 8 a.m. September the 30th. So here 5 days from now. The new Sheetz store will be equipped with 5 diesel fuel and diesel exhaust fluid lanes. Additionally, the new Sheetz will offer truckers 59 free overnight truck parking spaces. Looks like an official grand opening ceremony is coming up on October the 2nd. They've been in the news as part of Truck Driver Appreciation Week. All 680 Sheetz stores have been offering 35 cents off each gallon of diesel fuel, and that continues here through the end of the month. They've also been offering diesel exhaust fluid 99 cents a gallon at all their stores as well for the rest of September. All a part of the Truck Driver Appreciation Week celebration, which they pretty much made Truck Driver Appreciation Month, if you know what I mean. All right, we got Eagle on board, I do believe, on a Monday. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah. Hello?
Hey, we got you.
Can you hear me now?
How was your weekend, Eagle?
No, I'm still out here on the road. I went home last week. Last weekend I was at home. Because I'm back out here on the road again. I'll be back. Probably next week. Well, maybe next Monday or something. Maybe I gotta try to make me some money because it's coming up on the holidays.
another month of October and then November Thanksgiving. So
hard to believe.
You miss a lot of days. Yeah, the year going by pretty quick. You lose a lot of time. I mean, this time of year you got to get ready for Christmas and all that stuff. So I'm trying to make as much money as I can before the holidays. Well, October and all that ends up. But one good thing about it, at least the weather is good right now. And most of the places, you ain't got to worry about no bad weather. Snow and ice. Now, right now, things they said on the news today that. I don't know how these guys can predict the future but they claim it look like it's not going to be that cold this winter. I don't know how they can look 3-4 months in advance, but that's what they were saying on TV. Could be a warm winter, so that's a good thing. But I don't like snow and ice no way.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Steve, there's a lot of things to talk about. I think I'm going to talk about the border later on tonight. I'll call you back to border situation. I want to talk about sports. Some very interesting things took place over the weekend. The first one I want to talk about is the Denver Broncos. You know something, Steve? These guys make multi-million-dollar deals. Russell Wilson is making about $40 million play quarterback for the Denver Broncos. I missed that game, Steve. I was driving my truck. I was trying to hurry up and get to the truck stop before the game. The Cowboy game started at 3:30, Dallas Cowboy game. And when I walked into the restaurant where I was going to watch the game, man, I thought that it was a missed score. When I looked at the screen
right.
And I seen on that screen 70 points. I said, what is this, a damn college football game?
This
is ridiculous. Huh?
It is unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, when I first saw that as well, I thought, is that a typo? 70? But that was 70-20 was the final score. Hold that thought.
USA News Update. The major film and television studios delivered their best and final offer to the striking writers, adding to significant hope that the negotiations to end the months-long strike will conclude with an agreement this weekend. Negotiators with the Writers Guild of America were expected to review the offer and deliver their response. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy and other top Garden State Democrats are calling on Senator Bob Menendez to resign, a sign of how quickly the senator's political support may erode after his shocking indictment on federal bribery charges. And Ophelia, now a post-tropical cyclone, is moving up the East Coast, bringing heavy rainfall and threats of flash flooding and dangerous surf from North Carolina to New Jersey. New York City issued a travel advisory warning of a long-duration rainfall event. Skip Kelly, USA News.
Welcome to the Continental.
From the world of John Wick comes a Peacock original 3-part event that takes us back to 1970s New York. The Continental.
This institution wields power beyond your imagination.
Let's take this house and everything that comes with it.
The Continental, from the world of John Wick. Streaming now.
And away we go.
Only on Peacock.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right. Yeah, like Eagle was bringing up, I pulled up from, what's the news out of Denver? What are they thinking about the Broncos? I guess with the embarrassing losses, so they're off to, I didn't realize, an 0-3 start. From the Mile High Report, the Mile High City, right? The Broncos were no match for the world-class speed, the coaching prowess of the Miami Dolphins, who went full throttle and dominated the boys in orange and blue by a score of 70-20. Wow. Our staff and most fans were expecting the worst this Sunday, but some way, somehow, the destitute Broncos found a myriad of ways to let us down even further. Another week, another nightmare for Broncos country to endure. Absolute evisceration in South Florida. Without question, this was the most pathetic gridiron performance I've seen from this franchise in multiple decades of being a fan. The defense allowed 35 points in the first half, the same amount they allowed to the Washington Commanders last weekend. Yeah, we got blanked by the Buffalo Bills this week. Speaking of allowing 35 points in a single half, that is a feat that hasn't transpired in over 200 games for Denver. I don't know. So 70 points. The Dolphins amassed 726 yards offensively, which I did not see the game. I'm I'm assuming with a 70 points scored, did they? I guess every time they got possession of the football, did they take it into the end zone? I mean, was that 7 touchdowns they scored in that game?
Yeah, Steve. I didn't see the game either. Like I say, I was driving the truck and I was trying because I wanted to watch the Cowboy game, so I was trying to hurry up and get. But like I say, as I walked into the room and I looked at the screen, I thought they were talking about a college game. I said, wait a minute, 70 points. That's embarrassing. That's a joke. Listen, Steve, these guys get paid money, a lot of money. Like I said, Russell Wilson makes $40 million a year plus, and you're not supposed to get beat like that. I know Russell Wilson doesn't play defense, but this is ridiculous. Like I say, I like Sean Payton. He's a good coach. It's not his fault. Those are not his players. He just stepped into a bad situation at Denver. He should have took another job. There were other jobs available. I don't know why. Well, he took the job because Walmart Corporation is part owner of the Denver Broncos, and they could offer him the most money. So you see what happens when you try to be greedy. You end up coming out. Sean Payton got a lot of money, but he's also getting embarrassed. Steve, this record here, that the record is, I think, 73 points. I think that's I forgot what team it was. But that record was set in 1966.
Yes.
I wasn't even born yet. That's how old this record was. And the only reason Miami Dolphins didn't break that record is because they took a knee at the end of the game. They could have easily scored another touchdown if they wanted to. But that's what the coach said. I watched a little bit of the interview after while I was on hold. Yeah, he didn't want to completely embarrass the Denver Broncos, which he did by turning off the motor. But yeah, that's embarrassing, Steve. And, it was overall a bad weekend for football in the Denver, Colorado area, because I think between the Broncos and the Colorado Buffaloes, I think they gave up almost 100 damn points this weekend. Colorado got run over by Oregon. Oregon just walked all over the Colorado Buffalo. Deion Sanders walked out of the stadium for the first time. That's the first time I've seen Deion Sanders quiet in a long time, Steve. That guy is usually flapping his mouth, talking trash, but when after Oregon put a butt whooping, you should have seen that he had nothing to say. He was quiet as a mouse. And I knew that was going to happen. And the reason why it happened, Steve, is because Deion Sanders was going around bragging after he won his first 3 games. Gold chains on, having all these music stars in the locker room, on the field. The coach of the other team, that's what he used to motivate his team, Steve. I listened to the coach of the Oregon team, and he said that everything he said was about the way that Colorado was showboating. They walking around with Rolex watches on. Deion Sanders' son plays quarterback for Colorado, and he's on the field with a Rolex watch on while he's preparing for the game. You can't do that, Steve. These guys are, that's showboating, and all Deion Sanders, he doesn't realize it right now. All he's doing is motivating the other team to put a foot up his butt. And the same thing will probably happen this weekend when they play USC, Southern California. The USC will probably run them off the field too, and then Deion Sanders, he'll be quiet as a mouse. So I was just sitting back watching the last couple of weeks while Sanders was talking and running his fat mouth, and now he ain't got nothing to say now. So losing has a way of taking the air out of everybody, Steve. So we don't have to listen to his fat mouth all week this week. He'll be quiet until at least Saturday, until he win the next game, and then he'll start talking again. But anyway, as far as Denver goes, Steve, anybody that's a part of the Denver team especially on the defense, they shouldn't show their face in Denver, Colorado for the next week until they can get their thing to get themselves together and win a ball game, because this is that's embarrassing. Nobody deserves 70 points is totally ridiculous in a professional sport. Nobody should get their butt kicked like that. So yeah. Denver it's embarrassing. Like I say, I was in shock when I heard the score. But anyway, let me get to the other sports news. that's even more dumber than this situation. And because they still look like they're trying to hide it under the rug. But he's already, they just totally devastated the football program at Michigan State after Mel Tucker, the so-called former football coach, did what he did, assaulting a former rape victim. And now he's out of a job, could cost him over $100 million. They're trying to work their way out of that contract. So Michigan State is going on they've lost their last 2 or 3 games, getting run over, run off the field. The players, they don't want to play no more. So he's totally devastated the Michigan State football program with his stupidity. But he should have known better than that to try to assault a former rape victim. So he, like I told you a couple of weeks ago, he'll be considered as, for me, the dumbass of the year, because that's exactly what he is. Now, as far as the game that goes tonight, Steve, with Cincinnati playing the Rams, Los Angeles Rams, well, we'll see if Joe Burrow plays tonight. I don't know if you heard any news about him up in Cincinnati, but from what I heard, he's supposed to be he's not going to play tonight. Have you heard anything about that?
I had not seen an update. I knew he was questionable as of Friday, but yeah, I was kind of wondering myself if he's going to be in the lineup.
Yeah, I hope he plays tonight, because, he's a hell of a football player. Cincinnati need him. I don't even know who Cincinnati's backup quarterback is. I don't know who the hell that is, but so they definitely need him to play tonight on Monday Night Football. So we'll see if he can get back into action. Like I said, do you know who Cincinnati's backup is? I have no idea who that individual is.
I do not know the name. I don't know the name of the backup. I know their third-string quarterback got gobbled up last week by another team, so they don't even have a third backup if the second-string guy got hurt.
Yeah, I have no idea who that is. But one other thing I wanted to talk to you, Steve, like I said, I'll call back in later to talk about the politics. One other thing I want you to, maybe you could cover this story after I finish up. I don't know if you've seen this story about an alligator down in Florida. I can't remember the town or city it was in over the weekend, where a 14-foot, this thing here looked like a monster, Steve. This alligator that ate a woman, they said that he had killed a woman and they found part of her body was hanging out of the alligator's mouth. And they shot the alligator out there. I don't know if he died, killed the alligator or what, but I've never seen an alligator this big. They say that this thing was 14 foot long, this alligator. Wow. It looked like, it looked like some kind of prehistoric type thing that you see back, but they said that it had ate a woman. You could still see it had ate something because his body was still, you could see the body almost inside of the alligator. It was, it was fat. So, like I said, what people don't seem to realize, like I told you, Steve, I'm moving to Florida, by the end of the year. What people don't seem to realize about Florida is that the alligators, they're building these houses in areas where alligators where alligators and snakes' homes used to be at, and you can't put these two things together, humans and alligators. I don't know, I think you talked about that video. Remember, like about 4 or 5 months ago, there was a woman walking a dog, and an alligator, you could see that somebody in some kind of closed circuit TV, you could see the alligator coming at her out of the water, and the alligator jumped out of the water and crawled up on the ground and grabbed the woman and dragged her back into the water and killed her. These people are building these homes way too close to the water and where these alligators and things live at, and that you're going to have more and more close encounters with these type of animals in Florida. If you've ever been to Florida before, you probably noticed, Steve, that on a lot of the houses they have fences around the swimming pools, fences around. Like almost like a prison type deal to keep the alligators from getting into people's homes down in Florida. Because, like I said, this is starting to be.
Yeah, and I think we may have lost connection there. All right, so I had not seen that. Yeah, I'm looking at the story from the Daily Mirror. The woman found dead in the jaws of the alligator. apparently was recently arrested for trespassing on wetlands, according to her family. Going into places she shouldn't be going in, I guess, and that's the price you might pay. But yes, that is a big alligator. Wow. All right, we'll get a quick timeout. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, according to the report I'm looking at here, this woman that was killed by the alligator was apparently a part of the homeless population that lived in a nearby wooded area. They believe she may have been walking to or from her campsite near the creek in the dark, and the alligator attacked from the water. But yeah, found, 2 o'clock Friday afternoon, walking down the street with the torso. Wow. All right, so that's horrifying. But it was locals say that there's a lot of alligators in this so-called neighborhood, but this was the biggest one they'd ever seen. Something like 13 foot long. That's a monster. All right, on a Monday, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Who we got on board?
Morning, Steve.
Cue ball.
How we doing?
Doing all right.
All righty. So I was looking at a couple things over this weekend. A couple things that piqued my interest a little bit in the trucking world. Well, the Trucker News had a little thing about California. In the spirit of the UAW strike and all that other nonsense, so apparently the Teamsters got together and had this big old rally out there in California and got a bill to get through the State House, I suppose it was, that mandated that autonomous trucks have to have a truck driver in it. You read anything about that?
Yes, and Newsom vetoed that. Yeah.
Who is it that the Teamsters support politically? Tennessee Newsom?
Yes.
You got played, suckers. Got played. Keep supporting them guys. Let me know how that works out for you. That's either the biggest scam in history, like a dog and pony show, just a bunch of bullcrap, or Newsom played you guys like a fiddle. One or the other. Ain't that something? I thought that was ironic. So that's the world of California. Then there was, yeah. I almost forgot. So, another one from the trucker. So, did you see this little clip where Buttigieg was getting grilled by some senator, I think from Tennessee? I'm not really 100% on where he was from. Talking about truck parking, and what Buttigieg was saying on that clip about, well, it's not really helpful to put like 7 spots here and 6 spots there, but we're working on the IT side of things. And he explained it like, well, the way we're trying to figure so drivers, when they're down to like their last hour, they can look up on whether it be an app or something like that to try to find truck parking. And I thought about that, and I'm like, okay, great. So I'm supposed to use my phone while driving, which is illegal, to see if I can park an hour away, just to find that space got taken within that hour I was driving, or I park the truck illegally to see if I can find legal parking an hour away, which you can't do that either, so I guess I have to park the truck legally to find parking an hour from here, which if that's the case, I may as well stay where the hell I'm at. These guys are not the smartest people on planet Earth, are they?
Well, they've got these projects where I guess on the overhead sign, so you're coming up on a rest area, and in the sign, that's what he's talking about, a sign that says available truck parking, 2 spaces, 5 spaces, whatever it might be. But, I mean, just putting signs like that up doesn't do anything to address the fact that all these lots are pretty much full before the sun goes down.
Well, that's not really very helpful, because if you're telling me how many spaces are available an hour away, that's not going to tell me how many spaces will be there in an hour when I get there.
Right.
And everybody knows that it's like the spaces all day, and right about, especially, it really depends on where, especially in the Northeast or what have you, right? I mean, those suckers are full 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So if you're 3 o'clock and there's 100 spaces available by 4, there ain't that. So that's not helpful in the least. And how are you going to put billboards for each and every little truck stop or every little nook and cranny going down the road? Mm-hmm. The fact is, you're just in those spots to put these damn trucks. I have, there's another little kind of issue with the truck parking thing that a lot of people don't really want to talk about. And I kind of touched base on it a little bit coming up this week. What do guys do when they go home? There's one truck stop I was at. I found out they were like, there's a lot behind the truck stop. It's full of cars. And the truck stop's full of trucks. There ain't nobody in the trucks. Kind of like a truck stop almost being used like a drop lot.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not supposed to drop the trailers in the truck stops to bobtail home. So what they do is you park your truck and your trailer and you just leave it. That's the other issue, too, where you got areas where guys live, and it's like, where do you park your truck when you go home? And I talk about that. Like, anytime I went home to go visit my mother, I had to put the whole truck. I used to be able to bobtail over to my mom's, but where I dumped the trailer, right? So then I would just like, okay, let me just leave the whole unit at a truck stop, and then they don't know if I'm in there sleeping or if I'm in Jersey, or if I hopped in a car and drove all the way to Florida and left the truck there for 5 days. They don't, there's a constant issue of where, truck stops filling up. And now you got some of them that literally are being used as drop lots for some of these larger cutthroat freight carriers. I've seen it, not too much of that, but there is some. I'm trying to remember what it was one Amazon used. It was a bigger truck stop. Like half the damn truck stops like Amazon trailers. Like drop trailers. I can't drop my trailer there, but Amazon can drop theirs. I'm trying to remember where the heck that is. Somebody will probably know. But it's a much bigger issue than Booty Judge can even figure out. Like, he's like, well, when you look at certain things that this government does, I'm starting to realize it's not done by accident, it's done on purpose. They want trucking to be harder because they don't like trucks. The whole thing with UAW, they don't care if they put the auto companies out of business or if they make the cars so expensive through the labor cost that they either run them right out of the country or they go under, make the car too expensive to buy. And that's kind of what the government wants, because they want us dependent on their stupid little public transportation that barely exists. And, the car's too expensive to fuel, so we're not going to buy gas no more. It's kind of like every which thing that they do, they get their hands on it, like they're on purposely trying to make it so much harder. If you like Buttigieg has no interest in adding parking spaces to anything, this IT crap. I mean, give me a break. All the information in the world isn't going to invent a spot that doesn't exist.
I'm trying to remember the numbers. I mean, according to OOIDA, there's like one available truck parking space for, is it every 10 trucks? I believe it is. We paused there.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. For the first time since wildfires decimated West Maui's historic Lahaina community, some residents will be allowed to return to their properties on Monday, but will likely have to wear protective gear due to potentially toxic ash. That's according to Governor Josh Green during a news conference. Hawaiian authorities prohibited public entry to Lahaina after wildfires tore through the town and surrounding areas in August, reducing the culturally rich community and many of its historic landmarks to ash and rubble. As about 100 people died in the Maui fires, many have still not returned to the land where their loved ones were lost. GOP lawmakers are working through the weekend in hopes of avoiding a government shutdown.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy told reporters yesterday he's optimistic that sort of a deal will be worked out ahead of the September 30th deadline. Congressman Dan Kildee of Michigan says McCarthy simply needs to compromise.
Why Speaker McCarthy can't just take a page out of recent history and realize that it takes compromise. It's going to take Democrats and Republicans to do the final deal. Let's just do it now.
I'm Corey Myers.
Even after escalating its strike against Detroit automakers on Friday, the United Auto Workers Union still has plenty of leverage in its effort to force the companies to agree to significant increases in pay and benefits. Yet the UAW's emerging strategy also carries potential significant risks for the union. By expanding its strike from 3 large auto assembly plants to all 38 parts distribution centers of GM and Ford, the UAW risks angering people who might be unable to have their vehicles repaired at service centers that lack parts. And in one of the most lopsided games in NFL history, the Miami Dolphins pummeled the Denver Broncos 70-20 on Sunday afternoon as the league's best offense went berserk in its home opener. The point total marked a franchise record, and it was the most points any NFL team has scored since Washington scored 72 against the New York Giants in 1966. This is USA News.
Would you like to hear better for as little as 10 cents a day? Now you can with the all-new Audion hearing aids. The average hearing aid lasts about 3 years. Ours, at only $99 a pair, means you're paying as little as 10 cents a day to hear better. And to make things even better, we'll give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Skip the doctor and get hearing aids delivered straight to your door. We've eliminated all the middlemen to offer you a factory direct price of only $99 a pair. Join over 300,000 people just like you who took advantage of our 45-day trial offer. Now you can hear better too for just 10 cents a day. Call now and order your $99 pair of Audion hearing aids with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Plus, get free 3 to 5 day shipping.
800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. That's 800-479-8524.
Ukraine has said its bold strike on Russia's Black Sea Fleet headquarters in the Crimean city of Sevastopol had left dozens dead and wounded, including senior leadership. Ukraine's attack shows the vulnerability of critically important infrastructure on the peninsula. The transportation company that owns the bus involved in that fatal crash in New York while bringing high school students to a band camp was listed as an unacceptable operator by the state after failing several safety inspections since 2022. 2 teachers were killed and multiple students injured in the crash. A last-ditch effort to revive criminal charges against 7 people in the Flint, Michigan water scandal has been shut down by the Michigan State Supreme Court. Cases were filed against former state health director Nick Lyon, former state medical executive Eden Wells, and 5 other people. Evidence was also presented against former Governor Rick Snyder, who was charged with willful neglect of duty, which is a misdemeanor. Since 2016, the Attorney General's office has tried to hold people criminally responsible for Flint's water disaster, but to no avail. And encounters with illegal immigrants at the southwest border were up 27% from July to August, according to the latest numbers from Customs and Border Protection. The increase was driven mostly by apprehensions. Officials largely attribute the rising numbers to smuggling networks. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, for those in the Mountain Time Zone, welcome into a Monday. There you go. Turn the page on the calendar. 25th day of September. Yeah, the first thing Cue Ball brought up before we bring him back here, California. The legislation was put on the governor's desk last week. And surprise, surprise, he has vetoed the bill to require human drivers on board self-driving trucks. A measure that the union leaders and truck drivers said would save hundreds of thousands of jobs in that state. So he vetoed Friday night. This was a ban on self-driving trucks weighing more than 10,000 pounds, whether it's a UPS delivery van or a big rig, from operating on public roads unless a human driver's on board. The head of the California Labor Federation said driverless trucks are dangerous, and she called Newsom's veto shocking. She estimates removing drivers could cost 250,000 jobs in the state. It's not going to happen overnight, but we know it's going to be incremental. She said, quote, "We will not sit by as bureaucrats side with the tech companies trading our safety and jobs for increased corporate profits. We will continue to fight to make sure robots do not replace human drivers and that technology is not used to destroy good jobs." In a statement announcing he would not sign the bill, the governor said additional regulations of autonomous trucks was unnecessary because existing laws are sufficient. I pointed to the 2012 legislation that allows the State Department of Motor Vehicles to work with the Highway Patrol, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, and others to determine the regulations necessary for the safe operation of autonomous vehicles. Opponents of the bill argued that self-driving cars that are already on the roads haven't caused many serious accidents compared to the cars driven by people. Businesses say self-driving trucks would help them transport products more efficiently. Union leaders said the bill would have helped address their concerns about safety and losing truck driving jobs to automation in the future. So as Cue Ball said, you pretty much got played there, California. All right, welcome back.
Hey, thanks for holding me over. Steve, this whole self-driving truck thing, I'll touch in on that real quick. There's a video out there. I think it was, I don't even know where it was. It was an autonomous car, and the video was shot from a backseat passenger. There's also someone in the front seat, and there's a cop that has like the road blocked off, and the cop is signaling for the car, like he's pointing to the side of the road for the car to the side, and the car just rolls forward and stops, and the passenger's trying to signal to the cop like, "There ain't nobody in the car." I don't know, but I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, if I was in that car and the police is telling the car to move over, and the car keeps driving closer to the cop, even though the cop is standing there, I think I'd be wanting to get out of that damn car real quick before I start fearing for my life.
Right.
For the cop fearing for his life, then you're going to get run down by a car that's got no damn driver. I guess the self-driving truck is going to be a thing until somebody important gets ran over. Because apparently in California, they don't give a rat's ass. There's another bigger issue I want to touch base on. I just talked about a couple days ago. This whole thing. Steve, what is, like seriously, what is the job of the Border Patrol? Like, what are they, like, why do we have a Border Patrol? Isn't it to deter aliens? kind of what I thought they were for, right?
Historically, they were there to deter or prevent illegals from coming into the country. I guess it's the policy now, the catch and release. All they're really doing is just kind of like they're playing maitre d' and checking people in.
Do you remember how they used to do, like, and they still have them in places, the checkpoints on the interstates and the roads, somewhat close to the border? And I noticed in California they weren't even there that much anymore. Last time I come through there when I had my pickup truck out there. But I'm like, so the Border Patrol stops you to stay in Texas, right? It's Border Patrol, like, are you alone, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you know what? The illegal alien would be better off, rather than being smuggled in some tractor trailer, to be caught at a checkpoint. The Border Patrol would facilitate their move to New York, Chicago, even better than a tractor trailer driver could. I'm like, shoot, you'll wind up on an airplane. You'd get there even quicker. Why would you sneak in a truck? You just walk up there and says, hey, I want to go to Chicago. Put you right on a bus or plane right to Chicago. So I'm trying to wonder, and I was talking about the other day, I'm like, about the video of the Border Patrol removing the razor wire put down here in Texas.
Yeah.
Steve, I don't know if you see that or not. They're literally hooking it up to the trailer hitch on their SUVs, dragging the razor wire out of the way, and then the illegals just come right on in. And I'm like, you talk about they're going on and on and on about the government shutdown and all this other, over government spending. At this point, can we just defund and disband the Border Patrol? There's no purpose of having them. For what? So the illegals come across and the Border Patrol helps the illegals come into the country? If that's the case, get rid of them. Get rid of the Border Patrol. That's doing nothing but helping the problem. They're not solving a problem. They're helping the problem. At that point, Steve, I'm dead serious. I'm absolutely 100% dead serious. If that's what the Border Patrol is going to do, get rid of them. They serve no purpose any longer. They're not stopping the illegal aliens. So what are we paying these people for? Didn't they sign that enough for nothing? The other thing I'm thinking, do they have to swear an oath when they join the Border Patrol? I mean, they are some form of law enforcement, are they not?
Best of my
knowledge. How the hell are they in good conscience doing what they're doing? I'm dead serious. Until they start doing their job, just ban them, get rid of them. I mean, it's just ridiculous at this point. So I don't know. Even some of the National Guardsmen you see in different places, like they're standing around. They got their rifle and they're just standing there and watching Border Patrol do their thing, and I'm like, helping them into the buses and patting them down. At least they're patting them down. Yet somehow or another, there's still 300 some people dying a day of fentanyl. I don't know. We're doing absolutely nothing of any effect. As far as I'm concerned, you catch them, throw their ass in jail. When they're done doing their prison bid, you send their ass home. Round and round it goes. I don't get it. So we're just wasting our time. Now McCarthy, he's got his hands full now, don't he?
Yes, he does.
He wanted. Hey, pal, you wanted that job. You got it. Oh, this is going to get interesting real quick because he's going to kind of weasel his way through with just go along to get along, and others PR like normal, and Freedom Caucus ain't going to have it. So, like I said, he wanted that job. He's got it. Another interesting thing, and I'll leave it with you. Texas Attorney General Paxton, right after he got acquitted of his little impeachment deal, he did an interview with Tucker on formerly Twitter, now X or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very, very interesting to watch that because they both get into where it comes from, what happened, why it happened, who did it, and why. They also get into the whole election thing, and he called it. He was explaining, he says it, he was explaining to Trump about how they're going to play mail-in ballots. And that's exactly what he said to Trump. How it was going to happen is how it did happen. It just didn't happen in Texas as bad as he thought it was going to be, but it happened in the 5 cities and states that we all know now. But he explained it. He explained how, I mean, long story short, he just put it right on Karl Rove. Because Karl Rove and the Bushes, they're all part of the Uniparty. And he was not shy in talking about it. So I thought that was definitely interesting interesting interview. He holds no punches. And let's see what happens now he got his job back. Because they suspended him, and then they illegally kept his pay while he was trying to defend himself. Ain't that something? I thought that was interesting. That's about all I got.
All right. Well, hey, good to hear from you on a Monday. Thank you much, Cue Ball. Safe travels out there as you roll down the interstate with Orwell. All right, 17 past the hour. And lines available at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, here we go. On a Monday, let's get this week started. So yesterday, it was indeed a success. NASA's first asteroid samples fetched from deep space, parachuting into the Utah desert, capping off a 7-year journey. In a flyby of Earth, the OSIRIS-REx spacecraft released that sample capsule from 63,000 miles out. The small capsule landed 4 hours later on a remote expanse of military land as the mothership set off after another asteroid. Mission recovery operations announcing we have touchdown, immediately repeating the news since the landing occurred 3 minutes early. Officials later said the orange-striped parachute opened 4 times higher than anticipated. It was at about 20,000 feet, correctly basing it on the deceleration rate. 40 minutes later, recovery team confirmed the capsule was indeed intact. It had not been breached. NASA astronaut Sunita Williams said, "This is like, wow. It's amazing. We've gone from Hollywood film to reality." Scientists estimate the capsule holds at least a cup of rubble from the carbon-rich asteroid known as Bennu. Won't know for sure until the container's opened. Japan, the only other country to bring back asteroid samples, gathered about a teaspoon in a pair of asteroid missions. The pebbles and dust delivered Sunday actually represent the biggest haul from beyond the moon. What is the significance? Well, they say preserved building blocks from the dawn of our solar system. Samples will help scientists better understand how Earth and life formed? Really? All right, the OSIRIS-REx, the mothership, rocketed away on a $1 billion mission in 2016. Reached the asteroid 2 years later, used a long stick vacuum, grabbed rubble from the small roundish space rock in 2020. By the time it returned, the spacecraft had logged 4 billion miles. Anyway, flight controllers from Lockheed Martin stood and applauded at touchdown from the base in Colorado, ecstatic to have these precious samples on Earth. NASA camera views showed the charred capsule upside down on the sand with the parachute disconnected as the recovery team moved in. But NASA's administrator, Bill Nelson, said these samples will provide an extraordinary glimpse into the beginnings of our solar system. Interesting. With these samples, we're edging closer to understanding its early chemical composition, the formation of water, the molecules life is based on. So they make it sound like it's a pretty significant deal, but yeah. Good morning to Philip. Did you get up to watch that return yesterday morning?
No, I sadly did not, buddy. I was tired. I slept that one out, but I heard about it. The same people that look at the moon rocks and analyze them is analyzing that. They're going to be the ones analyzing that asteroid material. So, kudos to them. And Steve, I was getting ready to go to work here. I heard Eagle talking about alligators. Was he talking about alligators earlier?
Yes, the woman that was being drugged down the street, her torso or whatever, there in Florida.
Yeah, the woman, they had identified her, and she had been arrested for going in a wetland area that was probably just a few blocks down the street from where that alligator was found at with her. Mm-hmm. And so you don't mess with Mother Nature. And yes, there are 14-foot alligators in Florida. There have been I know there's a documented one that's on a preserve close to Lakeland, a 17-foot. And if you want to know how wide that thing is, if you've ever looked at like these quads or ATVs out there that have the big wide tires, that's about how wide that animal is. Okay, those animals were here before we were. So I think you need to be respectful to the area that you live in. If you live down here, you got all these bodies of water that are hooked together, and the ditches, that one there was really close to a ditch area. One of the pedestrians that they were interviewing in that area, he said, I'm not even going to walk to work anymore. I'm going to ride a bus or get an Uber or something, because he didn't even want to be near where that gator was at. So, and they drug it out with a pickup truck, and then they put it on a flatbed rollback and took the animal away. So, I mean, it's a big animal. Huge big animal. You just don't mess with Mother Nature. Steve, I think I found out why SpaceX is delaying a little bit on this launch. I heard some information last night.
Oh, yeah?
Do you know what's happening this week with the government? What's going on with the government this week?
Well, a potential possible shutdown.
Mm-hmm. Well, who's clearing the launch for the FAA right now? The Fish and Wildlife Commission is the folks that are they're doing an evaluation. They said it could take up to 135 days to do, and they're just doing that as a worst case scenario, even though the FAA has talked about the end of October possibly being a launch time. But if the government shuts down, the Fish and Wildlife folks are going to be shutting down part of their division, and that division might be the part that evaluates SpaceX.
Really?
So it might be like a trickle-down effect, and it's one of the big things that a lot of guys that are watching the Starship right now are saying. I mean, it's all over the web. It's all over YouTube. You know, they're concerned that if we have this government shutdown, it's going to shut down that launch. Now, if it shuts down the launch, shuts down the launch. There's nothing we can do about it. But that's a big thing. And then also, Steve, did you hear about Russia is going to ban their diesel exports?
I did see a headline in regards to that ban. I don't know how much diesel they export, what the implications are going to be, but...
Well, put it to you this way. Russia takes all the stuff from the Black Sea, they take it up by Greece, and they transfer it onto big ships. So they have small tankers that take it up to about Greece. They transfer it onto on a long-range ship, and they export to Venezuela. They export to Africa. They export to the Middle East. Believe it or not, the Middle East does get diesel from Russia. And they also export to China. Now, some of those places export back to us. Okay, so we're actually got some Russian fuel that's coming back. Do you remember when they had the shortages in New York, Steve? The diesel shortages?
Oh, yeah, because it was because the home heating fuel, because it's pretty much the same thing. But, yeah, hold that thought. Because we got to pause there as we hit news break, bottom of the hour on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The major film and television studios delivered their best and final offer to the striking writers, adding to significant hope that the negotiations to end the months-long strike will conclude with an agreement this weekend. Negotiators with the Writers Guild of America were expected to review the offer and deliver their response. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy and other top Garden State Democrats are calling on Senator Bob Menendez to resign, a sign of how quickly the senator's political support may erode after his shocking indictment on federal bribery charges. And Ophelia, now a post-tropical cyclone, is moving up the East Coast, bringing heavy rainfall and threats of flash flooding and dangerous surf from North Carolina to New Jersey. New York City issued a travel advisory warning of a long-duration rainfall event. Skip Kelly, USA News.
Welcome to the Continental.
From the world of John Wick comes a Peacock original 3-part event that takes us back to 1970s New York. The Continental.
This institution wields power beyond your imagination.
Let's take this house and everything that comes with it.
The Continental, from the world of John Wick. Streaming now.
And away we go.
Only on Peacock.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Rick in Columbus there on a Monday. How about those Buckeyes? I didn't think they were going to pull it off. But I guess that really means every second counts in a game, right? Because it came down to one. All right, Roy is on board. Dave checks in. Good to have you with us. Trust you had a good weekend. Back to Philip in Florida. Where did we leave off there? We were talking...
Well, the fuel shortage
right,
in New York
the diesel.
we had a little while back. And what it wasn't that it was short fuel. It was they were sending it over to Europe because they needed the fuel. Okay, and that's what's going to happen with this Russian diesel thing, is the countries that are getting fuel from Russia, if they cut them off, who are they going to come and see for diesel? They're going to come and see us and whoever, and OPEC's only letting so much out. So it's something that we got to watch. You know, I mean, that's a pretty big deal. I saw a really cool video on YouTube about this deal, and it's the numbers that drive you in. They're crazy. I mean, they think Russia's doing this because we're coming up on winter, and guess what? We need winter. We need fuel oil.
Yep.
You know, we need fuel oil in winter, and if you cut that off, especially Europe. Europe uses a lot of fuel oil, and they've been trying for the last few years to use a lot more natural gas. But, you know, it's one of those things we're going to have to sit back and watch, and it's going to drive diesel prices up. I guarantee it's going to drive the diesel prices up if it does come to fruition. I heard you. Were you talking to Q-Ball before me, bud?
Correct, yes.
All right, Q-Ball, good to hear from you. I was thinking about you the other day because I know Q-Ball's a big train guy. He likes trains. And I watched a series the other day on the Florida East Coast Railroad down here that was built by the Flagler family. And if you get a chance, Q-Ball, check out that deal. The Henry Flagler story about how he built a railroad all the way to Key West, and then a hurricane took it out in 1935. And he spent $50 million on a railroad and ended up selling and abandoning it for less than $2 million. So that's all I got today, buddy. You have a good one, Steve, and thanks for having me.
All right, thanks for checking in. Have a good day on the job. All right. I didn't really pay too much attention to the headline about Russia banning the exports of diesel. Now, FreightWaves kind of breaks it down for us here. Yeah, we know prices have been on the rise again since July and are now very strong on historical terms. Diesel is in high demand worldwide for trucking and other transportation, of course, agricultural and construction equipment. Russia is the world's second largest seaborne supplier. Of course, their exports were sanctioned by the Group of Seven Nations and the European Union back in February. Then on Thursday, Russia halted exports of its diesel and gasoline altogether. In the first round of musical chairs driven by the February sanctions, Russian diesel that previously went short haul to the European Union was rerouted to Brazil, Turkey, Africa, and the Middle East. U.S. diesel that previously went to Brazil switched to the European Union, which needed it to replace the Russian diesel they had just banned. The EU also brought in more replacement diesel from the Middle East. Well, the music has just been queued up for round 2 of the game. It's all a game, huh? Russian domestic diesel demand is now particularly high due to the agricultural machinery consumption in the southern part of the country. Wholesale prices are rising. In response, the government halted exports and set no timeline for resumption. Now, temporary restrictions will help saturate the fuel market, which in turn will reduce prices for consumers in Russia. Brokerage and consultancy Polton and Partners warned that the loss of these exports will likely further worsen global diesel shortages that already existed before the Russian ban. Brazil will need to shift to buying to U.S. Russian clean products exports have averaged 1.57 million barrels per day in September to date. Now, Russia's clean products exports have averaged 1.69 million barrels per day year to date. Now, according to the Maritime Strategies International, Russia's clean products exports are primarily comprised of diesel, gas oil, and are a sizable component of the global products mix. Now, Brazil is a key destination for Russian diesel. Brazil sourced 77% of their August diesel imports from Russia. An end to Russian exports will force Brazil to look back to sourcing material from the U.S., which is a much shorter journey. Cargoes carried aboard medium-range product tankers. The shorter distances of the replacement voyages will free up ships to repeat the journey more often. Meanwhile, the product tankers that previously transported Russian diesel and gasoline suddenly have far fewer cargoes to load. A portion of the fleet serving Russian cargoes has already been pushed out of the trade because Russian diesel had exceeded the $100 per barrel price cap since late July. So this impacts the shipping markets as well. The European Union could buy more diesel from the Middle East. Is there any upside from the trade disruptions? Yes, some analysts see potential upside for the tanker rates. But if the ban is sustained, the impact for the product tanker market will likely be negative. Meanwhile, 18 before the hour, and Eagle back on board here on a Monday.
Yeah, you still there?
Yeah, go ahead, Eagle. I think you wanted to talk a bit about the political arena this time around.
Yeah. First of all, Steve, I want to give Cue Ball a good heads up. That was a good phone call. I like what he had to say about the border situation and the Border Patrol organization. Cue Ball, he knows what the deal is. I just wanted to compliment him before I get started on this situation with the border. Hey, listen, Steve. Just like Cue Ball said, and like I told you last week, the video of these Border Patrol agents cutting the wire is just totally pathetic for this type of behavior to be going on, and the orders to be given to them from the Biden administration to allow these individuals to come on into the U.S. is just like a slap in the face to the American people, Steve. It's not good. It's not good what he's doing. Over 500,000 Venezuela individuals have been given the ability to work in America, even though they're here illegally. So what Biden is doing, Steve, and I want to ask you a question, is basically he's rewarding people that have broken the law by entering the country illegally. The youth, that is definitely wrong what Biden is doing, and it needs to come to a stop immediately. But it won't. But see, here's the deal, Steve. Here's the deal with this whole thing, is that the border is not going to be closed as long as Biden is in the White House. It's been open ever since day one he got in the White House, and they're not going to lock it no time soon. But meanwhile, over the weekend, Steve, in another move by Biden, his people, he made Kamala an advisor for another deal in the U.S. that she's going to fail at the same way she failed at the border situation. Now she's in charge of gun violence in America, so-called stopping the amount of guns and people getting shot. So let me say this, Steve. If she does a greater job as she did with the border, there's going to be a lot of dead bodies in America. If that's what her job is to stop people from having gun violence. They got all I can say is God help us all, because she ain't gonna do a damn thing. It's just really sad, the state of affairs in America right now, Steve. The Democrats, I was looking at TV today, Steve, during the football game, and they keep coming on the television talking about the second debate for the Republicans, which is on Wednesday. And I was sitting there and another guy said, when is the Democrats, when they going to have a damn debate? And you know what, Steve? The Democrats are not going to have no debate. with Joe Biden or anybody else, because Joe Biden is already their man for the White House. There is no competition. They're not even allowing other individuals to enter their name, put their name in the hat, Steve. Did you hear what I just said? Can you tell me when the next Democrat debate is scheduled?
You've got RFK that's stirring things up, but they're pretty much trying to silence him. The Democrats don't want him because he's too moderate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there won't be no debate. There won't be no, I don't even know why he's running for the Democrat. He's wasted a lot of time, and he's wasted his time and his money, Steve. The Democrats have already made up their mind that Joe Biden is a man for 2024. Ain't nobody else out there in their eyes. They've already got it set up and rigged up for him to try to, for another lousy 4 years in America, but hopefully their plans won't materialize. But it's just funny, you know, like I said, when I'm watching this commercial about the Republican debate, this is the second one they have, but yet they don't have no debate. But they did the same damn thing in 2000, the other election, Steve. Joe Biden had no competition in that deal either. So you figure, so these people, they can figure out what's really going on with good old Joe Biden. That's the reason why Joe Biden continues to do what he do, because he has nothing to run on, Steve. How could Joe Biden, could you imagine Joe Biden being on the stage with another individual, Steve, comparing his record? He's going to say, well, what is your record with the border, Mr. Biden? And what the hell is he going to say? I just let 7 million people into the United States illegally. Okay, well, Mr. Biden, what's your policy on foreign policy? Well, I just gave Ukraine another $300 million for absolutely nothing. People will be laughing right off the damn stage. So Joe Biden, like I said, he's a loser. He'll be a loser until he loses the next election. Hopefully, Donald Trump will landslide, run him over, and eliminate him, and we don't have to see his ugly face no more, because Joe Biden has done enough damage to America, Steve. This 7 million to 10 million people he's allowed into America will damage the United States for a long time. It's going to take a long time for us to recover from this, if we recover. And the only brand you can blame is good old Joe Biden. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Thank you much. On a roll this Monday morning. Yeah, have no fear. I had that story. Kamala is here to save the day. I mean, she was put in charge of the border, right? She last I checked, she's still the border czar, Kamala Harris. Boy, things are really going well there. She's also been put in charge of, preventing artificial intelligence from destroying the human race. Made a lot of progress there. I've heard so much about what she's done on that front. Let's see, late last week, yes, President Biden announcing Kamala Harris will lead the new Federal Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Have no fear, Kamala's here. This new office will reportedly act as a coordinated effort between the White House, the Community Justice Action Fund, and Everytown for Gun Safety. Activists argue the office will allow the administration to coordinate on gun control issues across the federal government. Our promise to the American people is this: we will not stop working to end the epic of gun violence in every community, because we do not have a moment nor a life to spare, says Kamala. Now, of course, her leadership on key policy issues like gun control, artificial intelligence, the migrant crisis has either been fraught with gaffes or produced pretty much nothing to date. During a roundtable back in July, she attempted to explain artificial intelligence. Do you recall how embarrassing that was? Speaking to a group of labor and civil rights leaders. And pretty much it became a word salad. I think the first part of this issue that should be articulated is AI is kind of a fancy thing. First of all, it's 2 letters. It means artificial intelligence. But ultimately what it is It's about machine learning. And so the machine is taught. And part of the issue here is what information's going into the machine that will then determine, and we can predict then, if we think about that information, what then will be produced in terms of decisions and opinions that may be made through that process. What in the hell did she say? What does that mean? That's what they mean when they... Word salad. She doesn't even know what she's talking about. Of course, in 21, she was put in charge of tackling the root causes of this immigration crisis, which has continued despite, rather than enacting policies that conservatives have said would tackle the crisis, like former President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy or building a wall. She moved to invest in Central America. That was panned by the National Border Patrol Council. Even the leftist news outlets like CNN noted that border crossings remain historically high despite her $4.2 billion in private sector investments in Central America. She tried to make it sound like if we send a bunch of money down there and they can create jobs, they won't have to come here to get a job. I think the key problem there is you send $4.2 million to corrupt governments in Central America. The money goes into the pockets of the elite, the leadership, and nobody else actually gets a job or any of those. They don't get a dime of it. But have no fear, Kamala is in charge.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, about 5 before the hour, and hey, in answer to a question Eagle had asked earlier with the Monday Night Football tonight, featuring the Bengals versus the Rams, right? Will Joe Burrow actually be starting this game? Of course, Bengals off to an 0-2 start. According to the Bengals Wire this past day, Joe Burrow will begin his day today toward potentially playing in tonight's primetime game against the LA Rams with a morning workout. According to Jordan Schultz, this workout will help determine his status for the game. From the sounds of it, Burrow will still be a game-time decision, but a morning workout well ahead of the evening kickoff will give the team and all involved time to see how his calf responds to stress. Burrow was questionable on the final injury report, meaning 50-50 to play. But a new report Sunday morning said those within the organization were kind of split on whether he should suit up at all. Yet another report said Burrow took the first team reps during Sunday's walkthrough, so this planned Monday workout could ultimately decide if he actually gets the green light to play in tonight's game. So again, sounds quite questionable. I don't know what the good answer would be. Well, speaking of football, we'll get back to the calls following the news break coming up here. But Spaceman had called in late last week, talking about some of the fights taking place at NFL games around the country. And he was kind of questioning, does this happen a lot or is it isolated? I said it happens a lot more than you'd think. And indeed, fan violence emerged as the storyline of last Thursday night football, as the crowd, brawls in the crowd overshadowed the 49ers dismantling of the New York Giants. More on that coming up next hour right here.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. The Biden administration has unveiled new proposals to remove medical bills from credit reports. White House officials this week said that medical debt has lowered people's credit scores, which affects their ability to buy a home, get a mortgage, or own a small business. If the rule is finalized, consumer credit companies would be barred from including medical debt and collection information on reports that creditors use to make underwriting decisions. The number of migrants crossing the U.S.-Mexico border is likely to keep growing as officials grapple with an overwhelming number of asylum seekers at the southern border. Many of those migrants are from Venezuela, where a socioeconomic crisis fueled by President Nicolas Maduro's authoritarian government and worsened by the global pandemic and U.S. sanctions, has led 1 in 4 Venezuelans to flee the country since 2015. President Biden announced last week the expansion of a form of humanitarian relief to Venezuelans already in the United States, making hundreds of thousands more people eligible for work permits. The U.S. national debt has passed $33 trillion as a looming government shutdown threatens to upend crucial federal programs. Government funding is set to expire on September 30th as lawmakers struggle to reach a consensus on a funding plan. If lawmakers are unable to reach an agreement, the White House said active duty military and federal law enforcement personnel would be forced to work without pay until funds are appropriated, while FEMA's disaster relief fund could be depleted, complicating relief efforts. Additionally, thousands of children would lose access to health programs, and air traffic controllers and TSA officers would have to work without pay, threatening travel delays across the country. President Biden is set to visit Detroit on Tuesday to join the picket line and stand in solidarity with the men and women of United Auto Workers. The union has expanded its strike of assembly plants for General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis to include parts distribution centers for 2 of the automakers in 20 states. This is USA News.
Are you or someone you love struggling with an addiction to drugs or alcohol and want to be set free from the chains of addiction? Then call Addiction Helpline America right now to get the help you need. From drug and alcohol addiction to dual diagnosis treatment, we provide a confidential helpline to help people like you get sober and live happy, substance-free lives.
Treatment helped me get my life back. I was so addicted, the only person I could focus on was myself and what I needed. I hit rock bottom and lost everything. Through treatment, I was able to overcome those demons and focus on my family again.
I used until I overdosed and almost died. That was the end of the road for me. After seeking treatment, I now have hope. I learned skills that help me deal with life on life's terms.
800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. That's 800-932-1745.
2 Las Vegas teenagers who face murder charges as adults filmed themselves as they struck and killed former California Police Chief Andreas Rene Probst in what investigators believe was an intentional attack. As the driver and passenger laugh, the vehicle steers toward Probst on his bicycle. The car hits the 64-year-old, causing Probst to crash onto the windshield and fly over the hood of the vehicle. The car continues to drive, and the occupants of the vehicle are heard laughing. Probst's murder was just part of the teen's crime spree that morning, which included at least 3 prior hit-and-runs, according to authorities. New Mexico's governor is reconsidering her ban on firearms.
The ban restricting the carry of firearms in and around Albuquerque has been narrowed by New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham. It now applies only to public parks and playgrounds where children and families gather. Her announcement on Friday follows a federal judge's ruling that blocked part of the order. Gunfire and violent crime has continued in Albuquerque in the week since the original order was put in place, which has been challenged by at least a half dozen lawsuits. I'm Jeremy Scott.
This morning at approximately 10:52 Eastern Time, a container with surface samples from the near-Earth asteroid Bennu successfully landed on Earth. The container, which was from a spacecraft OSIRIS-REx, the first U.S. mission to bring samples from an asteroid to Earth. Through the Bennu asteroid sample, scientists hope to learn more about the origins of our solar system and our planet, as well as how life on Earth might have been formed. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. That's 800-413-6441.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I guess technically it's happening more and more around the league. And it's not just NFL. You have fights breaking out at college games, hell, even high school games in some cases. But apparently it was the top story for Thursday night's football game last week. A flood of social media posts showing the fights, which included 49ers and Giants fans battling each other, a woman having her wig pulled off, men and women flailing away in the stands. According to KGO Television, it wasn't the first time violence has erupted at Levi's Stadium this year. In July, a man was stabbed during a fight at a soccer match. Another brawl broke out during a preseason game back in August. The spectacle of fans wailing away at each other took on grisly overtones after the recent death of the Patriots fan following the altercation at Gillette Stadium, and that's what prompted Spaceman to call in about that particular story. Daily Mail noted some other recent examples. Violence at NFL games, including a Bengals fan headbutting someone, knocked him out. Fights during Sunday's New York Jets-Dallas Cowboys matchup. All that led the Mail's Isabel Baldwin to suggest that it might be time to separate fans by which team they support. Which apparently that is actually done in European soccer games. Bengals fans on this side, Jets fans on the other side of the stage. Separate the fans. Concern for both fan and player safety is at an all-time high, and the NFL needs to make a move now. The NFL is hurtling towards the inevitable. If fan violence does not decrease, supporter segregation may be the only option left, she says. Now, writing in the Washington Post, Candace Buckner said there's nothing new about fans fighting, but it seems to be happening more and more. You get alcohol consumption, 3 hours of watching hand-to-hand combat on the field, which may influence a beer-drenched brain, and then you get some trash talk and sour feelings over what happened on the field, and boom, there's a fight in the stands. And yes, Roy, you get 80,000 drunks together, you're bound to have fights. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Knucklebuster back on board. Yes, sir.
Thanks for taking me back, Mr. Steve Summers. I like what old Jerry Clare said. You can always tell a redneck when his mama gets locked up for starting a fight at a high school football game, right?
Right.
Yeah. You know, that's people gonna fight, Steve. They let them ball games get to their feelings and stuff, so I don't know there. But I'm going to tell you something. Them New York Giants, they proved once again that Eli Manning was not the problem there, right? Well, looks like it might be so. But we got a doubleheader coming up Monday night there. The Rams and the Bengals and the Eagles and the Buccaneers there. So I'm kind of rooting for old Baker Mayfield this year myself, since Joe Burrow's out of the picture there, got hurt there. And them St. Louis Cardinals, They proved once again they don't even need to be playing this year. 12-2 they lost to the Padres. Come on, man, give me a break. You didn't even show up for that ball game, did they?
How about the Reds lost over the weekend? The Reds had they were up 9-0 in the first. They scored 9 runs in 3 innings. It was 9-0. They went on to let the Pittsburgh Pirates come back and beat them 13-12.
Wow, that's crazy. That government shutdown you was talking about, are they going to shut down permanently, Chief?
That might be better for us, huh?
Yeah, we'll just have somebody to collect the taxes there. There's 2.2 million federal civil workers, too. Only 4,000 of them are presidential appointees. The rest of them stay in their jobs from one administration to the next, protected by rules that make it nearly impossible to discipline or replace them. And I read that out of an article on Fox News that Biden sets a trap for any Republican who succeeds him in the presidency that can't change all them rules over that. I read where Biden praised the wrong group during a speech at the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. He called them the Black Caucus. And then let's just pick on the FBI a while there. They're getting sued for allegedly losing hundreds of thousands in rare coins during a raid. They either lost them or stole them, Steve. You reckon they're getting rich?
Somebody is.
Yeah, no, that's right. Well, this New York Post reporter, he got barred from entering multiple of the fine New York City restaurants for dressing up like Fetterman as a cynic. And they refused him services there, Steve. He couldn't even get in the door for looking like that.
Yep.
Well, I've come to realize, Steve, there is a driver shortage. And here's why I'm going to base that on. This new breed of drivers they got out here, I wouldn't call them drivers. So therefore, there's a shortage of them there, right? They running up and down the highway, running all over people. And it ain't just owner-operators or company drivers. I don't know who all they work for, but I guarantee. And the parking situation, the reason they know parking situation out west, you just find a ramp, go to bed if you need to, but they don't mess with you out here for parking on the ramp there. But biggest thing, they can't back up, see? So therefore, they can't park. And I'll call in on that lonely as tires. And the subject I'm going to talk about, Steve, is 7 great things to say to your wife while she's on her time of the month.
Oh, boy. That could be scary.
It's from the Bible in base. I'll either read it or I can let you read it, either one. All right. That's all of my bull on it for this go-around.
Thank you, Knuckle Buster. Yeah, I had that story somewhere in the mix here where I think it was a reporter tried to go into several restaurants in New York and was denied entry. You can't dress like that and come into this restaurant. But apparently you can now, I guess, shorts, flip-flops, hoodie. You can be present on the Senate floor, thanks to the changes last week. At the same time, I did have, now they were talking about senators maybe not really showing up to do their job. Pat Gray and Jeff Fisher are not impressed with one in particular member of the Senate for several reasons, one of them being his abysmal attendance record. They said a child in school would be charged with truancy for a record like this. But this person seems to get a free pass when it comes to absenteeism. We are referring to none other than John Fetterman. John Fetterman is the second most absent member of the U.S. Senate, according to Pat. He's been absent 33% of the time, 33.4% to be precise. Now, some of the absenteeism is a result of being away for medical purposes. But the reality is Fetterman doesn't show up for votes, which is the entire point of his job. Now, there's only one person with a worse record, and that is Dianne Feinstein. Feinstein has missed 46.3% of votes in this session. Don't let that bother you, though, he says. Do they really need to be there? To which Jeff says no. Yeah, look, Biden's been gone 40% of the time, so, why they got to be there? While the absenteeism is certainly frustrating, Pat sees the silver lining. He said they're all almost equally useless at this point, so go ahead and just stay home permanently. That would be nice. Which kind of falls in line with Knucklebuster sentiment. If they shut the government down, are they going to shut it down permanent? Why not? And go home. What are you doing otherwise, right?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, what are you going to do with your spoiled, rotten, bratty kids? Somebody forwarded this my way out of Florida. Deputies in Florida say 2 upset siblings stole mom's car and drove hours away from home before they were pulled over. Deputies stopped a 10-year-old boy and his 11-year-old sister driving on Interstate 75 in the city of Alcoa about 3:50 a.m. Thursday morning. A car had been reported stolen out of Northport. During the traffic stop, deputies were surprised to see a 10-year-old exit the car on the driver's side. Then his 11-year-old sister stepped out of the passenger side. They had been reported missing to the Northport Police Department. According to the sheriff's office, the siblings were upset at their mom because she took away their electronic devices. It's believed the devices were confiscated because the children were not using them appropriately, right? In this day and age, that's pretty much the punishment. How do you really get to this younger generation? You take away their tablet, you take away their smartphone, you take away their PS5, whatever it is. And they think they're going to die. Apparently, the two were headed for California. They were about 200 miles and 3 hours away from home when they got stopped. Deputies called the children's mother. She drove to Alcoa County to take custody of them. She declined to charge them for stealing her car. Now, investigators said the mother was clearly doing her best to raise two young children. There was no indication they were being mistreated by her or anyone else in the home. But now, what does that lead to when you get them home? A good old-fashioned butt whooping? What do you do? All right, 21 past the hour. Daryl checks in here on a Monday. Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning. How's the family and how's Lieutenant Stryker?
Family is doing fine. Stryker is at some sort of a big training session with apparently hundreds of canines from all over the country to start this week.
Well, I bet that's interesting. How's the weekend?
Well, it was awfully quick passing by, but had a good week. Had a beautiful weekend weather-wise. Can't complain about that.
I went out to Pike County with about 12 men and boys from a church on a man camp, and we were sitting by the fire. We make a campfire, and looked up in the sky and saw Elon Musk satellites.
Oh, the satellite train, yeah.
Have you seen those?
I have not seen. I see all the pictures. Several people in Indiana posted that over the weekend. So I'd love to see a train of them like that.
It looked like a Pullman train going by.
Yeah.
And somebody said that they go around every 54 minutes. That means they're moving on.
I've never seen the train yet.
We saw them the next night, but they were higher in the sky and they looked more like stars.
Yeah.
But you could definitely see that it was the same thing traveling by, so they must travel at different orbits.
Well, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But my lands, that's man-made, and when you're looking up at the Little Dipper and the Great Dipper and the North Star, and you see you see something flying by, it looks like a Pullman train, it kind of rattles you. I just thought that was real interesting, and we were sitting in camp. We go to Logan's Camp out in Pike County, and there's about 400 people, I guess, living in house trailers and things, and we heard screams, and I finally figured out that Notre Dame and Ohio was playing, and so at the end of the game, you'd hear screams all over the camp, and I figured out somebody won, but I didn't have any signal. You can't get a signal on your cell phone, so I had to wait till the next day to find out Ohio won their ball game.
It was that last second that Ohio put it in the end zone. That was just amazing.
But the University of Cincinnati didn't do so well, did they?
No, they did not. Oklahoma took care of them.
We have a Kiwanis club here in Lindenwold Kiwanis Club. It's an old club. And we've got rabid Cincinnati Red fan. Not Cincinnati, but Cincinnati football fans in the club. And they take it personally when they lose. Have you ever been to that stadium, Nippert Stadium?
I have not been to Nippert Stadium. I've been to Paul Brown Stadium and Great American Ballpark, but never been to Nippert.
I went when it only seated about 35,000. I'm sure that they've enlarged it by now, but that was an old stadium whenever I went there.
Last I checked Friday, it's only about 40,000, I think, that it accommodates. At least that, according to Wikipedia, that's what it said. Very small.
Yeah, that must be about the same stadium as when I went there. And I don't see how they play in the conference where most of the teams they're playing seat 80 and 90 and 100,000.
Correct.
Listen, thank you for your show. I enjoy listening to all the what you call the cartoon characters, and keep up the good work.
And it's always good to hear from you, Daryl. Have a great Monday. Back to the old grind, right? All right, speaking of being back to the old grind, looks like Kentucky Ken is out there getting the new week started. I think he's heading out west now. Phoenix bound, I do believe. Yeah, we got a news break just around the corner here, so hang in there. Kentucky Ken will get you right out of the break. And, of course, room for you at 844-844-3388 on a Monday. Apparently, folks in the New Orleans area, everybody drinking bottled water due to the low Mississippi River water levels. Apparently, the salt water from the Gulf is making its way up the river and actually getting to the water treatment facilities. The Army Corps of Engineers is planning to barge 36 million gallons of fresh water daily into the lower Mississippi River near New Orleans due to the saltwater intrusion from the Gulf of Mexico. They're going to be taking this water to the treatment facilities so that because they can't treat the salt water. Water levels are plummeting for the second consecutive year. After the summer heat and the low rainfall triggered extreme drought over parts of the central USA. As the water levels drop, the threat of saltwater intrusion grows in Louisiana as ocean water pushes north into the drinking water systems. Unimpeded by the Mississippi's normally mighty flow rate. It's not flowing so mightily right now. I'll give you more on that coming up here. It's not a crisis sort of thing, but the very latest on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The major film and television studios delivered their best and final offer to the striking writers, adding to significant hope that the negotiations to end the months-long strike will conclude with an agreement this weekend. Negotiators with the Writers Guild of America were expected to review the offer and deliver their response. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy and other top Garden State Democrats are calling on Senator Bob Menendez to resign, a sign of how quickly the senator's political support may erode after his shocking indictment on federal bribery charges. And Ophelia, now a post-tropical cyclone, is moving up the East Coast, bringing heavy rainfall and threats of flash flooding and dangerous surf from North Carolina to New Jersey. New York City issued a travel advisory warning of a long-duration rainfall event. Skip Kelly, USA News.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning-fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. price. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. That's 800-738-0170.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, back to New Orleans. Talking the Mississippi River is forecast to reach historic lows over the next several weeks. According to Louisiana's governor, had a press conference on Friday to help mitigate intrusion. The Army Corps of Engineers are working to add 25 feet of height to a 1,500-foot wide underwater levee in the Mississippi River, which was actually constructed in July to slow the saltwater's progression. They're also planning to barge millions of gallons of water daily to the local water treatment facilities. Now, the Corps announced the plan to build the levee last year, dredging sediment from the bottom of the river and pile it up to create its own, known as a sill, which kind of acts like a dam for the denser salt water in the lower levels of the river. Typically, enough rainfall upstream helps ease drought condition, keeps the salt water at bay. But Friday, the governor said officials don't believe that there is sufficient precipitation in the near term anywhere along the Mississippi to materially change the conditions. We just haven't had the relief from the dry conditions that we need, so this inclusion is getting worse. Now, they said it'll take approximately 24 days to add the sill. Once that's done, it'll delay the saltwater intrusion by 10 to 15 days. 15 million gallons of fresh water is expected to be brought in as soon as this week. Adding the area will need 36 million gallons per day to help mitigate the problem. The water will be added to water at treatment centers, creating kind of a mixture that's safe for treatment. The governor also announced plans to deliver bottled water in bulk to the New Orleans area. They did sign an emergency declaration for the city on Friday, which allows agencies to prepare and respond to the impacts. Now, last week, the one Plaquemines Parish held a news conference, said clean water is being distributed to around 2,000 residents who have been impacted by the saltwater intrusion. Do not panic, he said. It is not necessary to buy large amounts of bottled water. There is not a shortage of bottled water around the state or around the country, and our businesses are going to be able to bring in water as needed. So I guess trying to tell people, don't be going out panic buying 25 cases of water at one time. You're not going to need it. There's going to be plenty of shipments coming in on a regular basis. All right. Out of New Orleans. Hello, Kentucky Ken.
Good morning, Steve Summers. How's the world treating you?
It's already Monday. I can't believe that. How was your weekend gig there in Birmingham?
Oh, it was good. And then we just did Grand Prairie, and on our way to Phoenix, I just came through the town of Cisco, Texas, and we're running down I-20. We're going to try to make it up towards El Paso tonight. We're going to do a full 11, then have a short little run to get to Phoenix on show day. They got a day off today, so but they're doing good. You're bringing back a lot of memories, just talking about all the fights and all that stuff. And Germany, you were talking about the soccer games and the fights. I went to Germany with K9 in 94, 95. I don't know if I ever told you that. There was five of us that represented the United States. And anyway, the first year I was over there for about a month. But I remember when we went to the tracking fields, those Polizei green vans, they held like 6 dogs. And we asked, because they had lights and sirens and all that stuff on them. And they were saying they use those usually for soccer events because there's so many fights that they would have about 12 dogs for crowd control at soccer events. So, and then when you were talking about your son getting ready to go to a seminar, those are a lot of fun. I'm wondering, has he got to play the bad guy yet, where the dog gets him, like with the hidden sleeve or puzzle or bodysuit? Is he done much of that yet?
He actually volunteers a little more often than he should. Here a few weeks ago, He had, it wasn't the full body suit, but it was like the upper body, the arms, like the whole jacket thing he had on.
Right.
And the damn canine, they sicked a canine on him that got him like right at the upper arm and bit through the suit and broke the skin. I mean, he had nasty bruises.
Oh yeah, those hurt, and the hidden sleeves are actually worse. And then you got some dogs, because you don't want to, what they call target, but you don't want to like give it to them. But some dogs you have to, depending on where you're hidden or whatever, and depending on what work they're doing, if it's in the woods or it's in a building or whatever. But yeah, he's going to get some bruises from being the bad guy. Yeah, and then you got, it's hard to teach. I remember when you get a newer canine guy in there, or lady, whatever, you know, in the real world, when the dog bites somebody, generally they scream bloody murder.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, there's 1,200 pounds of pressure generally out of a shepherd's mouth. And it's hard because, you know, the police are supposed to be all, I can handle it, whatever.
Right.
But to teach them to scream and act like the dog, you're making the dog strong by acting like he is hurting you. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So it's sort of, and yeah. So to teach a new guy that, they're like, huh? But no, that's cool. I loved when we went to canine seminars. I mean, you'll learn a lot. And I always used to tell the younger guys when they're coming in it, just pay attention and watch because, you know, each dog's different, each handler's different. But I learned a lot in my young days just watching and listening to the experience. And then you figure out what's best for them as a canine team, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So that's cool, though, he gets to do that. That's good because he just got out of his training, which means he's certified and all, and then to let him go for a week is a good thing. That's good for the agencies allowing him to do that already. But they're few and far between. But yeah, he'll learn a lot. That's cool. But I had to ask about how many times he's got to play the bad guy because that's a big role in the canine world for real. So that's
he made
cool.
it sound like he has no idea really. He couldn't explain what he's going to be doing or learning, but they're at they're all gathered at like a National Guard base. So he had to go up yesterday, and he's actually in like a barracks. And I guess the canines, they couldn't bring their kennels because it wouldn't fit in their police vehicles. So the dogs are all having to like sleep in the police vehicles outside the barracks, which is kind of crazy. But so I don't. But he made it sound like there's canines from Washington State, Texas, New York, all over the country, all gathered here.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, and he'll learn. And what they'll probably do, they'll probably have different like venues for them to go. Like if they want to do tracking, or they want to do building searches, or area searches, or article searches, they'll probably have trainers who specialize in one thing or the other.
Okay.
And they'll sort of, whatever his needs are, he'll probably go. It's pretty much an open forum. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or if he's working on narcotics detection or whatever. But that's cool that I just think it's awesome because he just got certified and they're letting him go for a week or whatever it is. So that's really good. Yeah, that's awesome. But no, other than that, everything's good. Just got my 34-hour reset and working on my next 70, you know. So just enjoying the show like always. And I was telling Eskimo Mom, I was talking to her, I think it was last night. I said, you know, we need Steve on 7 days a week, but I don't think he'd go for it.
I hear you. Right?
Yeah. All right, brother. You guys have a great night, and I'll be listening the rest of the morning, and we'll talk to you later in the week.
Thank you much. Safe travels. Headed to Phoenix, Arizona. Kentucky Ken. All right. Yeah, very interesting. It is. My son's not an early riser. For a number of years, he was a third shift. Now that he's the K-9, he's actually second shift. So it's like from 2 in the afternoon to midnight, 10-hour days. And I guess he got checked in yesterday and said if breakfast is like from 6:30 to 8:30 a.m. So he's got to get up bright and early this morning to get that day started, but he'll make it through. Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know, it sounds like it's almost like being back in the military thing, because they're actually in the barracks and had to bring all their own stuff. Bring your own toilet paper, bring this, bring that, because you're going to be kind of, you're going to be roughing it like you did kind of in the military days. But he's been there, done that. It should be an interesting adventure. We shall return in two. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, look at it. Monday. I heard in the news break there, bottom of the hour, they were talking about the teenagers that ran down that 64-year-old retired police chief in August. And I guess new details kind of surfaced over the weekend. It was an 18-year-old and a 16-year-old. Both are going to face charges, including murder, and they will be tried as adults in what is a death penalty state. According to police, Ayala. They identified them. Jesus Ayala and Jameer Keys. Everything was caught on film, of course, but appeared totally unrepentant upon being taken into custody, telling officers, this is what they said, "You think this juvenile blank is going to do some blank? I'll be out in 30 days. I'll bet you." Now, Ayala, whose criminal record in the juvenile system is substantial, added, It's just a hit and run, slap on the wrist. Yeah, these remarks volunteered before the arresting officers had even mentioned the hit and run, were caught on the police body camera. Yeah, these are the two, filmed themselves in the white sedan, targeting Probst for slaughter. Yeah, in the audio, they say you can hear him saying, "Are you ready? Yeah, hit his ass." And they're laughing. And that's, we know the rest of the story. But there were several other hit and run incidents earlier in that day. These guys were just out on a bit of a juvenile delinquent crime spree. It's all fun and games, but that is something that Pappy had brought up. Now, obviously, they've committed crimes enough in the past and probably been out in days or weeks and thinking, well, it's just a hit and run. We'll be out. Yeah, they may have bit off a little more than they can chew in this case. What's going on, Pappy?
Steve, these are the kind of kids, they know what they done. They know that man died. And they're still acting like that. These are the type of youngsters that knew they killed that man that night and slept like a baby that night.
Yeah.
No remorse. No remorse. So whatever they got coming to them, they got it coming to them. That's all I got to say. Hey, real quick, I'll get off here, man. I was thinking about K9. That's the reason I called you. Friday night, I rolled up into the district about 1:30, and one of our K9 guys was in there in the garage. Worked some overtime, came in early. So we were out there chit-chatting, and I grabbed my Mountain Dew and stuff, and walked on in, went to the office like I always do, and I had come back out to the cruiser to get the computer out of the car. So I opened the garage door. See, I opened the door, almost took a step, and that daggone K9 was about 3 feet from me, staring me in the eyes with his ball in his mouth. The K9 officer didn't know I was coming back out to get my computer.
Right.
So he let the dog out in the garage off leash. And I shut the door real quick. And I opened it, and he's still standing there. I shut it again. Waited a minute. I opened the door. The dog's done. I started hollering for the K9. He's not listening. I don't know if he can't hear me, but I'm screaming his name. Like, hey, man, get your dog, dude, right? Finally, I had to call him. I'm like, hey, Shane, where's your dog, man? Well, I said, man, what's your dog up? What's it? So anyway, the point was, we were talking afterwards. Say if I would have walked out the door, and the door shut behind me, and next thing I know, that K9's in my face. I know enough. I probably would have just nonchalantly, like, hey, boy, how you doing, boy? And just kind of walked right on past him nonchalantly. Probably would have been fine. Probably wouldn't get bit. Now, if I would have turned around, like Kentucky Ken was talking about, if I would have freaked out and turned around and made a beeline back for the door and shown that fear, that dog would have bit my ass.
Ouch.
I wouldn't be on my way home right now. I'd already be getting it home. So I got a kick out of it. I thought it was funny. I filmed it. I actually took a video of it. I tried to send it to you in an email, but for some reason it was saying there was too big of a file. Yeah, too big of a file to send it. So I don't know. Maybe I'll try to edit it down or something. But I thought it was funny. Anywho, all right. Hey, listen, man. Got the next 2 days off, Monday, Tuesday. Looks like the weather's going to be decent. Probably hit Kroger's and go stock up on some more food and water.
Just in case?
Just in case.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick about Poland and Russia. The way it sounds to me that Zelensky, right, hitting Poland up for some more money. I guess when he insulted them, the Poles were like, hey, you know what, screw you. You ain't getting no more money. So I guess they're butting heads over there now.
Yes, they are. Yep.
So it is what it is. Just another step closer to who knows what. So, all right, Steve, I appreciate you taking the call, man. Everybody be safe and hammer down. Thank you.
All right. It's basically Pappy's Friday morning, ready to kick off a few nights off there. All right. Thanks for checking in. All right, looking here, news break just ahead, top of the hour update, and we'll come back with a final full hour. Open lines at 844-844-3388. And a quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, boats, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. It's called Sta-Bil Storage. Keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. As we like to say, store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And for being a listener to this program, if you go to the website goldeagle.com, you can place your order for Sta-Bil. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and you'll save 15% off your entire order. Again, at goldeagle.com. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. New Jersey Democratic Rep. Andy Kim announced on Saturday that he'll run next year against Senator Bob Menendez in the wake of the senator's indictment and refusal to step down. Kim has been representing New Jersey's 3rd congressional district, which includes suburbs of Trenton, since 2019. He won re-election last November by more than 10 percentage points. Ophelia weakened into a post-tropical cyclone late on Saturday night as the storm continues to move north. Maximum sustained winds have decreased to near 25 miles per hour now, with higher gusts. Ophelia's remnants will move north-northeast, generally up the Interstate 95 corridor before exiting offshore sometime tonight or early tomorrow. Little change in strength is forecast during the next day or so. United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain said Sunday he has not endorsed President Biden for the 2024 election because the union expects actions, not words, from the president. Asked on CBS's Face the Nation what it will take to endorse Biden, Fain said, "Our endorsements are going to be earned. We've been very clear about that, no matter what politician." For the first time since wildfires decimated Maui's historic Lahaina community, some residents will be allowed to return to their properties on Monday, but will likely have to wear protective gear due to potentially toxic ash, Governor Josh Green said during a news conference. Hawaiian authorities prohibited public entry to Lahaina after wildfires tore through the town and surrounding areas in August, reducing the culturally rich community and many of its historic landmarks to ash and rubble. A member of President Biden's cabinet is not mincing words at all in how to avoid a government shutdown.
Speaker McCarthy and the president made a deal. We made that deal, and all we're asking is that they live up to that deal.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg said on CNN's State of the Union that the president and House Speaker McCarthy reached an agreement on spending levels earlier in the year for the U.S. to avoid defaulting on its debt. Buttigieg said that House Republicans need to come to their senses and keep the government running. This is USA News.
Have you filed for disability benefits but were denied by the Social Security Administration? Or do you need to apply and are overwhelmed with paperwork? Are you between the ages of 50 and 63 and can no longer work because of an illness or injury? Thousands of hardworking Americans are in your situation. They file for disability benefits and are unnecessarily denied their much-needed benefit check. Call now for a no-obligation, free evaluation. We can help you nearly double your chances of approval and get your benefit checks faster. We understand the physical, emotional, and financial impact. We'll share our insider expertise and help you get your disability claim filed and paid immediately. There is a time limit to apply, so call right now. Operators are standing by to help you.
800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. That's 800-392-1941.
Ukraine has said its bold strike on Russia's Black Sea Fleet headquarters in the Crimean city of Sevastopol had left dozens dead and wounded, including senior leadership. Ukraine's attack shows the vulnerability of critically important infrastructure on the peninsula. The transportation company that owns the bus involved in that fatal crash in New York while bringing high school students to a band camp was listed as an unacceptable operator by the state after failing several safety inspections since 2022. 2 teachers were killed and multiple students injured in the crash. A last-ditch effort to revive criminal charges against 7 people in the Flint, Michigan water scandal has been shut down by the Michigan State Supreme Court. Cases were filed against former state health director Nick Lyon, former state medical executive Eden Wells, and 5 other people. Evidence was also presented against former Governor Rick Snyder, who was charged with willful neglect of duty, which is a misdemeanor. Since 2016, the Attorney General's office has tried to hold people criminally responsible for Flint's water disaster, but to no avail. And encounters with illegal immigrants at the southwest border were up 27% from July to August, according to the latest numbers from Customs and Border Protection. The increase was driven mostly by apprehensions. Officials largely attribute the rising numbers to smuggling networks. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, get that final hour. Kick things off here on Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. They do fly by, right? It's a final weekend of September coming up here. Next weekend, it's into October. And as Eagle mentioned earlier, in the blink of an eye, we're going to be making preparations for a turkey dinner, Thanksgiving. Christmas decorations will be going up. I know you got to get through Halloween first, but I was in Home Depot over the weekend for something, and already hearing some of the sounds of some of the Christmas decorations. Yeah, we're up doing their singing thing. Christmas decorations here on one side, Halloween decorations right next to them, but meanwhile, yeah, anybody known anyone recently coming down with COVID? I think we could call it good news. They're telling us the headline itself. COVID is increasingly looking like a cold or flu. Symptoms have shifted this season, they say. They are now more akin to those of allergies or even the common cold, according to doctors. Many people with COVID are now presenting with upper respiratory symptoms, the runny nose, watery eyes, and a sore throat. According to an independent family physician in Columbus, Indiana, she said, a couple of patients told me, it seems like my allergies, but my allergy medication isn't working. And then I started feeling really, really tired. I can't get my energy up. I'm like, yeah, well, let's test you for COVID. And more times than not, it's positive. Yeah, fatigue continues to plague COVID patients. According to Vanderbilt University in Nashville, fatigue, we're talking 24, 48, maybe even 72 hours, is quite common. People just, you feel puny, as we say here in the South. Everybody doesn't take to their bed, but yeah, there's a fair amount of comment about people taking naps because they just feel wiped out. Yeah, other well-established symptoms, the deep cough, a loss of the taste of smell, headache, fever, have become much less common or pronounced. What I'm hearing from clinical colleagues, there is indeed a great deal of upper respiratory symptoms. I hear sore throat mentioned very prominently. From many quarters, I hear that the well-publicized loss of taste and smell is much less frequent than it was in the early months of COVID. It's not really as distinctive nor common as it used to be. Infectious disease experts say they expected this shift to mild illness, given that virtually everyone has either had COVID or had a vaccination or both. We all have a certain level of immunity, and when we encounter the virus, we're better prepared to fend it off. That may actually alter the clinical presentation. People also have benefited from mutation trends, which have tended to favor the Omicron strains and its descendants. These strains are somewhat less severe when it comes to symptoms. Nonetheless, they advise not to take it lightly, even if milder infections have become more like the common cold. All right, so I think that's good news. COVID remains particularly dangerous for people with existing health problems, older people with chronic conditions, people that are immunocompromised. These folks, when they become infected, they're still more likely to get more serious disease, which could result in hospitalization. All right. He said there's a reason the CDC recommends the new booster for everyone, not just those at high risk. However, we're still occasionally seeing young, healthy people who get hit with COVID, who wind up in the ER and have to be admitted. Just because you're healthy and young, robust, physically fit, it doesn't mean you can throw off a COVID infection or treat it as something trivial. All right, there you go, and you make your decisions. Like we've been doing for the last several years, or shall I say, trying to do. Scarecrow on a Monday. What's going on?
You know, Steve, I brought this up not that long ago, about dealing with the COVID and such. My bride, she's been fighting, kind of sinus allergy type symptoms for seemed like forever now, and constant drainage, coughing all the time, and the last time she was in, she brought up to her doctor. She did not do any of the boosters either. She got the initial 2 jabs way back when, and it's been bothering her ever since. And she said to the doctor, I really think it's a reaction to that. I don't really think it's all necessarily hay fever. And her doctor said, I have several other patients that have kind of the same approach and attitude towards this. And she nodded her head. Yeah, she fully believes that there's side effects that nobody has a clue what where they come from, originate from. But no, there's. And a couple weeks back, I was in, just for an annual checkup, and my doctor said too, I don't blame you for not wanting a booster or such. Way, half the medical field, Steve, they know that it's just a bogus, I don't know what kind of game you want to call it, but there's so much that's not known about this, and so much detrimental effects and such down the road that we keep hearing more and more about it. So there's that. Pappy isn't thinking this completely through here, Steve. Now granted, it probably wouldn't be the most pleasant to be ass bit and all, but I have to believe he'd probably be laid down with a nurse practitioner type, rubbing lotion across those wounds and whatnot. Now, I know there's give and take to a lot of this here, Steve. Are you listening there, Pappy? Are you kind of having second thoughts here now? Oh yeah, the weekend came and went, didn't it?
Just like that.
Looking all the way down here, 66 degrees, end of September, and yet you've talked about you've used the S word in the past here, last week and such way. Boy, that sure is a crapshoot, but no, I think we're warming again this coming weekend, so drag the camper out again. That drag racing report you had there, that record-setting, in the 8th mile mark. I was really curious. I did a quick search just to for comparison, I was curious. I would take like a F-18, catapult launch. What are they doing? And they're up against about half of what that driver in that Top Fuel car is doing, Steve. Yeah, the various numbers, they don't all come to mind, but it seemed like the F-18 pilot, he was right around 2 or 3 Gs and at about 150, 160 mile an hour in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, that report you had, that's nearly double the speed in that same, time frame, and I believe it said they're pushing right around 5 Gs.
Wow.
In such way. That's, I've talked before, reflexes and whatnot. Can you possibly even react to what the car is doing? And for someone to be able to, say you're having the tire shaking and whatnot, to actually be pedal it and recover and all the way. But I want to go back to the story that one of the links that I found. It was interesting facts about Top Fuel cars and whatnot, and there's one that stuck to mind. It said even a Chrysler Hemi does not produce enough horsepower to run a supercharger, and that does stick to mind. I can go back 20, 30 years back, and I'd heard they figured at that time it took about 700 horsepower away from that motor just to turn a 1471 supercharger. That is, and I'm sure the Hemi has probably been upped, some since then. You would almost think an injected car, non-supercharged, might be able to do the same thing, but no, it's a whole different world. But yeah, that was amazing. And let's see what else is transpiring here. I guess I'm going to have to be maybe contacting Prime Transportation here. I think they're going to need to maybe send out a company-wide memo to their drivers about the do's and don'ts about making U-turns in the emergency crossovers. This was actually last week, but I was reminded about it on the way down now. I think it was last Thursday. I'm coming up on the guy with his 4-ways on the shoulder, and I thank him for not pulling out in front of me, but I thought it was odd that I noticed his steering wheel, steer tires were cocked at about a 30-degree angle from the shoulder, and I thought, what kind of approach is he going to be making to come back out on the flow of traffic? And Chuck, I know I no more than cleared him, and boom, there he's at a 90-degree angle crosswise, to the westbound traffic, and slipping in through the trees to go back eastbound. So yeah, I guess the learning curve, All
right.
Let's see. Well, Steve, I've been meaning to explain that email that I'd sent. It was about a week ago. It was titled Family Feud. Now, this, your listeners are familiar with the events that have played out through my brides, through the family inheritance and the passing of her stepmother and the evil stepsister and all this that's taken place. Well, now we're dealing another batch of, well, you would expect to find this on a soap opera or a Lifetime channel program or such, but it's real world crap that our family's never been exposed to and such. Now this time it's our youngest, and I've made it known in the past. His father-in-law he's in hospice right now with brain cancer, and that's I don't know if you call it a miracle or not. He was taken in about 3-4 weeks back. He was given a week and a half to 2 weeks at that time, and he's still with us. But I said last night it's been like a revolving door with others, coming in and going out. But there's no love lost, Steve, between my son's mother-in-law and my son's wife. I don't know where the transgressions and the differences originated.
Yeah.
Part of it may have took place when, our daughter-in-law's brother, he was killed. He was wheelchair bound for several years thanks to a drunk driver, and he succumbed a couple of years back. And I don't know if that played a part in it either, but there's been literal feuding between her and her mom for years. Apparently, we've never noticed it. It's kind of an AC/DC, bipolar thing or whatever. But I think it was last week. Our son, he stopped in. I have to say, my daughter-in-law and her mom, they rotate 12-hour shifts, staying with her husband and her dad. And my son stops in on occasion just he'll stay overnight once in a while too. Well, Steve, he had stopped in and trying to make friendly with the mother-in-law. Well, he's on her list too, but he's trying to be cordial, and they're flipping through the TV channels, and finally something came up that my daughter-in-law, likes a program she likes and enjoys. And Josh, he's my son, he said the first thing his mother-in-law said, "What kind of crap is this? What kind of individual would watch this shish kebab?"
Yeah.
Is how she put it. She didn't use shish kebab
right.
either. It just... No, when this is over, Steve, they are so done. They're through. I think the mother-in-law and the father-in-law, I think they've pretty much stuck together just for the just for their son, and since then I don't know what has held them together, but yeah, now it's like I say, it's a Lifetime movie channel, in real life playing out here. So that's what that email that I sent you was all about. I just thought, this is something that, and there'll be no mending, ways there. That she had, the mother-in-law, now she already changed the locks on their house. She's so afraid somebody's gonna come and haul her away and leave her homeless, this and that, and it just doesn't end, Steve. The My Bride's episode there, it finally has come to an end as of last Thursday. The final checks were issued from the sale of the house, the local house, and even that, the evil one, I'd mentioned prior that she gave her daughter the family car, and she was paying her $40 a week to mow dead grass all summer long. So yeah, it's just unending. But Steve, I wish I had more more serious
the saga, the love of family, right? Yeah, technically, life's too short, Scarecrow.
I think about what this family has been missing through the years, from what we have grown up with and surrounded ourselves with, and but it's the real world, man. It just you take it for what it's worth, and hope you don't get dealt lemons, But yeah, I missed the last hour and a half, but we'll be certainly looking for any updates for the next half hour here. So that's all I got for you, Steve.
All right. Hey, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in, right, on a Monday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I was kind of wondering if we'd hear from Truck and Phil this morning. Because I'm not exactly sure what kind of, what he hauls. I know he's hauling for GM. And, what was it, 38, I guess, parts divisions impacted, added to the strike list on Friday. But he is indeed checking in here on a Monday morning. Happy Monday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. High of 74 Fort Wayne, 70 in Sterling Heights. A bit of a fall-like day. Right now, out of Fort Wayne, the General Motors business as usual today. So we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and make the flip back once again. Have a safe, great week. Yes, Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. So again, at least at the moment, not impacted here on a back-to-work Monday. Steve, Columbus, Ohio. Good morning, Steve. All the listeners out there, here we go. The weekend has come and gone way too fast again. It was spent recovering from the local bug that's going around. Oh, boy. Yeah, still not feeling the best, but can't let that stop production. The car's packed, coffee's poured. Let's head into town and see what the trash has in it today. Everybody enjoy. All right, nothing like being under the weather, especially under the weather on the weekend, right? Hope you're feeling better today. All right, news break time. It's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. The major film and television studios delivered their best and final offer to the striking writers, adding to significant hope that the negotiations to end the months-long strike will conclude with an agreement this weekend. Negotiators with the Writers Guild of America were expected to review the offer and deliver their response. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy and other top Garden State Democrats are calling on Senator Bob Menendez to resign, a sign of how quickly the senator's political support may erode after his shocking indictment on federal bribery charges. And Ophelia, now a post-tropical cyclone, is moving up the East Coast, bringing heavy rainfall and threats of flash flooding and dangerous surf from North Carolina to New Jersey. New York City issued a travel advisory warning of a long-duration rainfall event. Skip Kelly, USA News.
If you have asthma, pay close attention to this message. It can save you hundreds of dollars on your healthcare costs. Right now, you can make a free call and get generic asthma inhalers for less than $20 a piece. That's cheaper than most of your insurance copays. And if you call right now, you can buy 10 or more and save even more. Our Rescue Asthma Inhalers are a real generic version of the product that you already pay hundreds of dollars for. Save yourself money and call now to order. If you have asthma, now you can save hundreds of dollars with no prescription required for your inhalers. Call right now. Learn how to get your Rescue Asthma Inhalers shipped directly to your door for less than $20 each. Call the Prescription Savings Hotline now.
800-451-0380. 800-451-0380. 800-451-0380. That's 800-451-0380. Call now.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, in the state of California, once again, the judge says no, California cannot ban gun owners from having detachable magazines that hold more than 10 rounds. So said the judge on Friday. U.S. District Judge Roger Benitez said the decision will not take effect immediately. Obviously, the Democrat Attorney General has promised to appeal the ruling immediately. It'll probably remain in effect while the case is pending. This is the second time this judge has struck down California's law banning high-capacity magazines. First time it was struck down in 2017. An appeals court did indeed reverse the decision. But last year, the U.S. Supreme Court set a new standard for how to interpret the nation's gun laws. The new standard relies more on the historical tradition of gun regulation rather than public interests, including safety. The Supreme Court ordered the case to be heard again, considering the new standards. It's one of 3 high-profile challenges to California gun laws that are getting new hearings in court. Thanks to the Supreme Court, the other 2 cases challenge California's laws banning assault-style weapons and limiting the purchase of ammunition. Benitez ruled there is no American tradition of limiting ammunition capacity. Detachable magazines solved a problem with historic firearms running out of ammunition and having to slowly reload a gun. There have been and there will be times where many more than 10 rounds are needed to stop attackers. Yet, under this statute, the state says, too bad. Now, Bonta said large-capacity magazines are also important to mass shooters, allowing them to fire quickly into crowds of people without reloading. Now, he said the U.S. Supreme Court made it clear the new standard for reviewing gun laws did not create a regulatory straitjacket for states. We believe the district court got this wrong. We will move quickly to correct this incredibly dangerous mistake. President of the California Rifle and Pistol Association praising the judge for his thoughtful, in-depth approach. Sure, the state's going to appeal, but the clock is ticking on laws that violate the Constitution. So things different maybe this time around. In this particular case, and maybe all 3 of those cases, actually, the Supreme Court sets the precedent, right? Take it back. All right, Knucklebuster, we've all been anxiously anticipating 7 things that you should or should not say, would that be, when it's that time of the month?
All righty. Well, I appreciate you taking me back, Mr. Steve Summers. Let's talk about today is National Comic Book Day. Do you like lobster?
I'm not a big fan of lobster, but I think it's overrated.
Yeah, me too. Well, today is National Comic Book Day and National Lobster Day, and it's also National Daughter's Day.
Oh.
So not only can you buy your daughter a comic book, you can take her out for a lobster dinner.
Huh.
Tennessee didn't have COVID this weekend, but she had one of them 48-hour stomach bugs there, and she gave me the finger this weekend, Steve.
Really?
Because I told her that, yeah, well, I told her when my love returns from the ladies' room, will I be too old to care? Yeah, she didn't appreciate that either.
Yeah.
Well, you know, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. Y'all buy some Stabile Hot Shot Secret product and buy some Steve Summers Overnight Drive T-shirts. I think them women have already got my message on all that, right?
Yeah,
Steve?
yeah.
All right. Yeah. There's nothing dirty in this. I ran it by Tennessee, and she laughed at it and told me to send her a copy of it. Here's 7 great things to say to your wife while she's on that time of the month. We're all in this together, Steve. You know she'll appreciate that.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Soon you'll hit menopause and won't have to deal with this anymore. Reminding your wife the fact that she is getting old and there's not going to be the bear children anymore. So that'll be a great thing to say. How is this going to affect the timeliness of dinner, Steve? Let me get that girl to shut up there. Have you read what God said about this in Leviticus? You know, you're supposed to give your wife insight into religious things there. Maybe cleaning the house will take your mind off of the way you feel.
Oh, boy.
It's just a practical suggestion.
Uh-huh.
This one time, I brushed my teeth real hard, and a little blood came out. So I know exactly how you feel.
Yeah, boy.
All right, here we go. Here's a 64-ounce tub of ice cream. I have the TV set on rerun shows about wives murdering their husbands. Tacos will be delivered every day at 9, 12, and 6. Also, there is a large fluffy blanket. I will see you on Thursday. And that one was given to him by Chat GPT. By sticking to the first, to the list above, you may very well be able to save yourself from several days of trouble. After a few days, you'll be in the clear and free to say whatever dumb stuff you want until next month. And that's all of my bull only for today, Mr. Steve Summer.
Yeah, if you don't find yourself in the hospital first. That's great. All right, it is 844-844-3388. So, yeah, Ophelia downgraded to a post-tropical cyclone. Did bring more rain and wind as it moved along the Atlantic coast Sunday. Obviously weakening as it churned north-northeast, but still did see some heavy rain, some flooding across a vast area of the mid-Atlantic all the way into southern New England. Yeah, we saw 1 to 3 inches of rain in areas impacted by Ophelia. It's still going to be dealing with life-threatening surf and rip currents on into the start of the new week. In New Jersey, hit pretty hard. Thousands were without power Sunday morning. Some locals there received 4 inches of rain. All right, as the winds whipped up, slowed from hurricane force on Saturday down to about 25 miles an hour yesterday. Forecasters did announce another storm has indeed formed in the Atlantic. This one's way, way out there. It is already Tropical Storm Felipe. Over 1,100 miles west of the Cabo Verde Islands. So this one had just really come off the west coast of Africa. Did not take any time developing tropical storm status. That's one we'll be probably watching for numerous days ahead, as it's got a long journey. Will it stay out to the Atlantic like some of the more recent storms that have come off the coast of Africa? Seems like we're kind of due for one to make that long trek across the Atlantic. We shall see. Morning, Vic. Happy Monday.
Yeah. Well, this is actually Yom Kippur, the Jewish Day of Atonement. But anyway, I'm not Jewish. But anyway, Friday night there, when Spaceman was on, I'd intended to call you about, I think it was us not giving aid to Ukraine, but somebody kind of got it all sorted out, and McCarthy's going to give them the money back in the budget for the missiles to essentially defeat Russia, which is pretty important because it looks like they're about ready to have a breakthrough. That'll kind of give China some cause for pause. But when Spaceman called in and you all were talking about dental health insurance, I don't know what it was, but all of my health insurance, I couldn't get more than $1,000 out of them. And it was a struggle to do that. And you guys were talking about $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. It's like, I don't know exactly. And I said driver's health. And that's the other thing too. When I try to make a dental appointment, it seems like the company would do everything in the world to make sure I couldn't make it. So I didn't use my dental insurance, as pitiful as it was. And that's what just kind of struck me as odd when you guys were talking about the amount of money that was spent on dental insurance. So I don't know. I don't know where you found that insurance or anything.
Well,
Certainly.
What I was saying was I'm going to have 3 crowns, and they run like $1,200 a piece, and the insurance is only going to cover $1,000 of the total bill. So I mean, that's going to leave me with what, $2,500, $2,700, something like that out of pocket.
Okay, because that's kind of like mine, and the $1,000 per year. You had to have, like, time you got your dental x-rays and cleaning and all that other stuff. It was pretty well gone.
Yep.
So I just got to where I just quit carrying it, because it's like, I can just go to a dentist and just pay cash and probably be less than that. So you're on that $1,000 thing too. Huh?
That is correct. Yeah, and I kind of wondered about it. I said, well, hell, it's already September. If I got 1 or 2 now and then waited till after the first of the year, would I be eligible for another $1,000? I don't know, but I guess they're going to do all 3 of them this week. So,
yeah. Well, my last experience I've had nothing but bad experience with dentists, and the last one, I'm still healing up from that, and that was that's almost 10 years ago. I went to a dental clinic, because that's the other thing, too. When you're out there on the road, you pretty much just have to use the dental clinic so you can go whenever you're home on home time or something or that nature. And sometimes you get good dentists and sometimes you don't. And the one dental clinic that I went to here in Indianapolis, it was really good. And then something happened somewhere along the line, or they changed or whatever. And then my last visit to the dentist right before the end of the year, I got this young Asian gal as a dentist, and she really didn't get to me until the painkiller wore off, and then she couldn't pull a tooth. It was a perfectly good tooth, but I was going to get something set in front there, a bridge or something, and so that tooth had to come out, and she messed around there. She couldn't get it out. She cut into my gum. And anyway, she says, "Oh, you're a bleeder." I said, "Well, you cut about half my gum off. That will probably do it." And in dental work, you have 2 ducts that come from the parotid gland that sits right by your ears, and those secrete certain your ability to digest the food, I guess, is the best way to explain it. And then after that, that's when I come up with type 2 diabetes. And so I haven't been back to a dentist in 10 years. So anyway, when you guys were talking about all this, I was trying to figure out because Spaceman said he'd paid $22.50, and then they didn't let him know that it had been paid. So he had to call and get somebody. But to his point, yes, there are a fair amount of medical bills that the hospitals or clinics or whatever, you have to pretty much stay with them, because they do keep the money from some time or inflate the bill or whatever. And I never did see much difference on my dental. When I went not using dental insurance, or my wife did, I didn't see much difference in the bill with or without insurance. And with the 1 crown that they put on my wife, that thing was put on wrong and turned into an abscess, and she had to go back and have the tooth pulled anyway. So she wasn't very happy about that after enduring 3 years of pain. And they said, "Oh, that's abscess. That's got to come out." And she said, "Well, I should have just done that anyway." And I was having some trouble. I couldn't get you on Rumble tonight, and I like to do that because it has what's called live rewind on the Roku. And if I kind of miss some of the program, I can rewind during the So I was fighting with my stuff tonight, and I sat down, and I guess I kind of fell asleep. So I just woke up here right to last. Not that it had anything to do with the program, because and again today I heard them talking about the superchargers, and I know turbocharger is a little different, but I was watching a guy rebuilding an old Caterpillar super turbocharger, and he was explaining how those turbochargers run away. The oil seal inside there it goes bad, and it lets the oil go through, and that's where they're talking about the runaway turbocharger does not. I didn't realize that, but they had a wrong sealing mechanism that it let the oil get in behind that. And what was kind of odd about that was that particular turbocharger was run to get the kind of the carbon and the stiction stuff built up behind it. And I was sitting there thinking about, well, I guess that might not be a good thing to use stiction remover on, because it would, I guess, wouldn't let it build up a seal there. Not, it's better. The bearing, I know what the bearings and all that stuff they're talking about. Most turbochargers, it's better to get that stuff over there so that it will spool up, the turbocharger will spool up the way it's supposed to, and we'll get the boost. And I imagine any of the tractor pullers or any of that can explain that a whole lot better than me, but the more boost you can get, the more power you're going to get. I just kind of, like I said, I spent too much time watching those old, I was trying to think the name of Krusty and Rusty or something. That's the name of the channel, and I should have been doing other work today, and I got started watching that, and I kind of watched that a little bit too long, and so I was running behind tonight, and that's why I fell asleep.
Right.
So anyway, you're getting about the end of the show, and so I just kind of let you finish it on out there, and then I'll have
all right, as they say, thank you much, Vic. Rick says round and third headed for home on a Monday morning. Yes, indeed.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let me see here. 5-7. We'll be chiming in about the love of the in-laws, the relatives, what?
Oh, yeah, and $700 to a nephew. And when I get home, my wife, I said, "You did what?" And I looked at her, and she said she gave it to the nephew. I said, Well, I said, tell you what, I give you that $700 because I don't want nothing to do with it. 4 months later, still no porch. He was supposed to build the porch, still no porch. Well, finally, neighbors come along and wondered, I seen you tore down your front porch. What's the deal? I just told them a little bit. You have to ask my wife. And next thing you know, they come over. We bought the material and had it back up there. And finally got a hold of my nephew, and they said, well, I had bills to pay. I needed it. That was it. So I hear you, Scarecrow. Well, here last beginning of last spring, my daughter said she'd come down and clean the house. And she was a maid at a big hotel, so she's very good professional at it. And said, yeah, send me $500. Dad, no. So I did. We sent $500. Come to find out she was paying that nephew to get her down here. First off, it's West Virginia. He had to get his car. He did 2 front tires, tie rod in. Come to find out before it was over with, she had maybe under $300. She had under $300 of that 5. Finally, I looked at my wife and I said, don't you girls ever learn? So I ended up taking cash money over to my son at King Street and had him rent a van to go up there and see his grandkids and my great-grandkids and bring his sister down. So I got you, Scarecrow. That's relative. Other than that, Knuckles, all you did was make me remind me of my adventure one time. 3 weeks out, 3 weeks out, 3 weeks out. And each time I come in, Mama was in that special condition. Finally, it's TMC, and finally, I get a load out of Chicago, and it goes to Huntington. I'm less than 2 hours away from the goal, if you know what I mean. Mama's in that special condition every time I get in there. 4 months now. All right, finally, I'm telling and arguing with the dispatcher. I said, I'm this close to house. I got to go home. And she said, oh, we need you to go to Statesboro, pick up the load, take up to Massachusetts. I said, no, I need to go home. Now, see, the dispatch and TMT were young girls, and I swear she put it on the speaker. I said, listen, I need to go home, and I explained to her. Every 3 weeks out, I've got to get home. I'm not homosexual. I don't play with the whores out here. I need to get home and eat some potato chips on the couch with my wife. Do you hear me? All of a sudden, I heard this laugh in the background. Well, she talked me down. She said she'd do what she can do. And then about that time, I hang up, and I could hear this guy laughing in the office on the other side of this wall. I look around. There's this guy, red-faced, biting his hand, laughing, and this red-faced, blonde little girl sitting there, secretary in that building. And I said, oh, I'm so sorry. I guess you just found out the trucker, a hazard of a trucker's life. So never marry a trucker there, lady.
Oh, boy.
So,
wow.
It's all about timing, isn't it?
Well, what a classic way to end a Monday morning edition here, right? Hey, live and learn, but timing is everything, right? With that, we will indeed wrap it up on a Monday. Thanks so much for spending some time with us through the late night, early morning hours. What do we got? Coming up to midnight hour, Eastern time tonight. We'll do it all again, rolling into a Tuesday. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh,